Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for jumping back here into Cafe with us. I appreciate you all very much. If my camera would focus. Tonight, guys, we're going to be looking into a little bit of Sarah Boone update. We're going to be reviewing Jorge Torres' autopsy to see exactly what Miss Sarah may have done, and then some. Also, we're going to touch on what's going on with Jennifer Soto and whatever else we happen to jump into. I appreciate you guys so very much for joining me tonight. I hope you're all having a wonderful evening. That being said, you know what happens next. Like I said, let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, everybody. Thank you again for joining us tonight. For those of you that are here, I hope you're having a wonderful night. Please make sure to hit that like button as you come through that door and share this out to anybody you think would be interested in joining us to hear about these things that we're going to be talking about tonight. I'm curious to see what you guys think as well. Come on in, get comfortable, grab something to drink. We're going to be here for a minute talking about this because it is some interesting stuff, and I really appreciate sharing it with you. Thank you to all of you. So come on in. By the way, thank you for all of you that joined us earlier today for the morning/afternoon show that it turned into. My apologies that those shows are getting so lengthy. I promise you that's going to change up. That's not how they're supposed to be. But with everything been going on with this hurricane lately, there's a lot of information that needs to be brought out. There's a lot of things that need to be brought, awareness needs to be brought to. And that is why I've spent so much time on that lately. I can't sit here knowing that this is going on, that there's so many people out here that don't have what they need. And I just can't. I can't. So that's why I've been talking so much about that stuff and then trying to throw the other stuff in there that it's making these things last for a long time. And I promise you guys the shows won't be that long. They're supposed to only be right around 2 hours. That's what I want, 2 to 3 hours max. Okay. And there's a lot of other stuff that I would like to talk about and put in there, and we're getting there. But this hurricane is, the devastation from the first hurricane is an issue to me. And now we have the secondary hurricane coming in, and I just trying to make awareness to everybody that's out there about that. And, that way they can reach out to any loved ones that they may have in this area, as well as, anything else going on around this. So I really would appreciate everybody, or I do appreciate everybody that's been there for that and supporting that. You guys are amazing. So thank you all again for your support within that and just supporting the channels in general. You guys are amazing. All right, let me see here. See who's here with us for now. Looks like Mr. Mikey in the house. What's happening, brother? Good to see you. T2014, welcome back. Great to have you tonight. We got to get some more green in here, guys. None of Green. Brutally honest. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Alicia J. Welcome back. I can't believe that came out. I know how to say it. Welcome back to you. Miss Sherry Wisdom speaks in the house. Welcome back to you, Mama Duck. Good to see you. Thank you so very much. Oh Lord, I will be checking in. We'll be looking into that too, Mama Duck. Thank you for that info. Good God, I'm so sorry to hear that. Um, absolutely, that's horrifying. I was just talking about those last night. I know somebody that works on one, a medic that works one. Damn. Thank you, Mama Duck, for bringing that to my attention. I will be looking that up again. Welcome, Mama Duck. Doodlebug, of course, in the house. Blue Crew's in the house. Steven's Adventure, welcome back to you, my friend. Great to see you, Miss Zelda. Always a pleasure to have you here, dear. Molly. The talented young Molly in the house. Thank you for joining us, Molly, dear. We appreciate you very much. And again, thank you for those videos of inspiration that I threw out there at the end of this morning's show. Thank you so much for those, Molly. You did a great job. You really did. You did a great job. Let's see if I'm missing anybody. It looks like I am, or I'm not. Sorry. All right. Brutally honest, welcome. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for being here, guys. If you would please share this out, I appreciate that so very much. Brandy B, the OG in the house. Great to see you, Miss Brandy. It's okay, Melanie. You fall out the window all the time. It's awesome, T. Thank you so much. Miss Cassie. I sent an invite to SRB as well. Tomboy, I hope they're getting their notifications. Unless they might be busy. Daniela Kiriakou, welcome back. Great to have you here. Okay, Doodle, I will for sure. Let's see. I'm just gonna ignore Cassie. SRB's busy. I'm guessing lots of people must be busy right now, and that's understandable. It is evening time, and I'm sorry, guys, I'm so late coming in. I was gonna be earlier. I couldn't because I had some stuff to handle because the boss told me. The boss handed over the honeydew list and said, "Do it now." Why now? Yes, I've noticed that SRB's obsessively watching hurricane coverage, even though she's not there. That's good though, because she can tell me everything I need to know. I'm telling you, SRB should have been a meteorologist. She loves it. She loves it. I think SRB is mostly obsessed, if you want to call it that, with the strength and power that these hurricanes can cause. That's what I think it is, truly. There's the tomboy limping in. I'm limping around too. I did something to my ankle and I have no idea. My foot is swelled up. Yeah, Cassie, you're kind of close behind her with that obsessive stuff too. I was gonna say that, but hey. Okay, guys. Oh, speaking of the devil, hey. There's the obsessive one herself. Moonlit Baby's in the house. Welcome, Moonlit. Welcome back. Great to see you. I hope to God not, Mama Duck. I hope not. We'll look into that. Good to hear, Brandy. I hope they're okay. I really do. CZ, welcome. Good to have you. Good to see you. Oh yeah, we're gonna be covering that as solidly as I can. That coverage. I'm just petrified, literally scared of what the outcome of Milton's going to be at this point, considering what we just saw from Helene. And they're saying this is going to be a record, history-making storm, and I'm really nervous. Really nervous. I think they're in Sarasota. I thought she said, Sherry. Come on in, everybody. 27 people in here, 16 likes, guys. Please make sure you hit that that like button, please, and thank ya. Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't. The mystery. And Zelda's coming. Zelda's here. I'll have to go look. SRB. Hold on. Let me see if I can find you here. I see Tomboy drop something in here. It'll be good for tomorrow morning's show. Where did you drop it, SRB? Is it in? Ah, there it is. There it is. Good Lord Almighty. I'll have to show that as an update to the world here since we're all in here. Thank you, SRB, very much. And I'll keep that for tomorrow as well. Oh, man. This is nerve-wracking. It really is. So this is an updated piece of info that SRB just dropped here for us. Meteorologist Noah Berggren, 17 minutes ago, dropped this based on this. Says 8 p.m. Eastern time. Eastern, I don't know what that D stands for. I'm missing it right now, but this is nothing short of astronomical. I am at a loss for words to meteorologically describe you. Hold on a minute. 897 megabyte or MB pressure with 180 miles per hour max sustained winds and gusts, 225 miles per hour. This is now the second strongest hurricane ever recorded by pressure on this side of the world. The eye is tiny at nearly 3.8 miles wide. This hurricane is nearly the mathematical limit of what Earth's atmosphere can produce. Yes, there is a mathematical limit, and we are nearing that. Holy shit. It is strange. I've never seen an eye that small on a hurricane before. Ever. The eye's usually this, but look at this on the outside, guys. Everything around it. Do you see that? I don't I can't remember what she called them. Millibars, maybe 897 millibars. Moving east at 10 miles per hour. The wind went 180 miles per hour. This is crazy. Please pray that this does weaken. Seriously, this is insane. And the eye is only 3 miles, almost 4 miles. That's it. That's so weird to me. Lord Jesus in heaven, please be with these people, and please, this is crazy. It is. Everything about this is record. The day after tomorrow, no shit. Wow. Thanks for that update, SRB. But y'all, please keep everyone and anything involved in this in your prayers, please. It's that speed that could wipe the city of Tampa off the map, in my opinion. The surges alone, the surges alone are double. Who knows? They could be even more than that, double the size plus that Helene's were. Okay, and we saw the damage that did. I can't imagine this. I just can't. Eastern Daylight Time. Thank you, Matahari. I knew what that meant. I heard that before. Hummingbird, welcome to you. And Matahari, welcome back. Great to see you tonight, too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're up here, and I'm scared to death for them or anything down there. It's not really near us, but still. Wow, that's crazy stuff, guys. Really crazy, I'm telling you. Dr. Reed Timmer is live right now. As of now, it will be a Category 5 for 36 hours. As of now, may hit Florida between a Cat 4 or 3, and a lot could happen until landfall on Wednesday. Amen. That's good points. Thank you, CZ. Ugh. Lord of mercy, God almighty, please, 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 everyone that's there, please leave. I pray to God these people get out. I really do. And we will be back to the coverage in the morning show of this again. I'm not going to let this go until it goes, period. And just keep praying. I had somebody put a message in the comment section that just like the comment this morning that we were spreading fear or something. And no, I'm not. I'm not at all. All I'm trying to do is to get out the messages that the people are putting out, the people that need help, and to show um, the danger of the storm coming. That's all I'm trying to do. And I'm never not going to do that. So yes, they said that too, Sherry. If it wobbles, there's idea exactly where it will hit. James Tate, welcome, my friend. Wonderful to see you tonight again. I hope you're having a great night. A lot of people do, Stephen, have family and friends in Florida. I know I have friends. My family that lived there. Well, actually, no, we do have cousins there still. But most of my family's gone now that lived there. But we do still have friends down there. Lots of them. And my friends have family down there too. Okay, that's what I thought you were meaning, Cherry. But if it wobbles, there's no idea exactly where it will hit. Is what she was trying to say. It's okay. I thought that's what you meant, but I was reading what you said for sure. That's okay. JLR has been live today in Florida. He lives that. Yeah, he does live in Florida. I knew that. And there's a massive chaotic rush to pick up all debris piled on the streets. Of course, they don't need debris on top of debris. That's a huge mess. Welcome, Miss Taylor. Thank you for joining us tonight. Yeah, it very much can be catastrophic. Well, the last one was too, but this can be as well. Like historically catastrophic, and that's something I don't want to see that. I don't. Let's see here. Okay. I wish we could get back to, especially for the morning time, talking about happy stuff, but this needs to be put out there, folks. It really does. Miss Doodle says off subject. Preston came home from his pause with the fart blast. Hey, it smells like popcorn. That's awesome. That is awesome, Doodle. And of course, on with the Boone loon. On with Boone the loon. Yes. There's some stuff to talk about with that. And we're going to be reviewing Mr. Jorge Torres' autopsy to see exactly what may have happened, guys. I think that's important to understand within this case as we're going into her trial. It's nice to have details, and I really do want to be able to bring you guys details. And I got to thank, again, another part of this team, this amazing team I have, for being able to get us that autopsy. Our brother Mikey, thank you, sir, again, for everything you do. And that goes for all of you, everybody on this team. I couldn't do this without you guys. The Blue Crew is amazing. They do some amazing stuff for this channel, and I am grateful to every single one of you more than you know. We love you, Mike. And that goes for everybody. Everyone on this team does something. I'm telling you, they do. Sherry, SRB, Cassie, Doodlebug, Molly, Mikey, Mama Bear, Miss Alicia, Wisdom Speaks, I meant, so that you guys know. I always call her Sherry. I don't know why I do that, but everybody on this team does something, okay? Constantly. It's almost like having a TV station in a sense, because SRB, Alicia, and Cassie are basically like having reporters out, and Miss Sherry as well. Sherry does other things too. Doodlebug, you know what she does. Mikey, Mikey does little things like this and that, and is always giving me technical support and, by word of mouth and stuff like that when I don't understand certain things, and he's looking for stuff too. So it'll along the lines of that. It really does remind me of that kind of stuff. It's great. So yes, always, always, always. They're constantly keeping me fed articles and stories and podcasts and everything. They're amazing. I could, like I say all the time, I couldn't, wouldn't, nor shouldn't ever try to do this without them. And of course, I got a couple of producers that are out here producing different things. I have a couple co-hosts that help me to do this and that. So it is an amazing community. It's a solid. How can I explain this? It's a great team that works together in a very good way. If that makes sense. We have meetings and talk about things regularly. I've been doing them a lot more recently because I need to. So, like I said, anybody that does something like this, I feel if you don't have a team of people that you work with that work with you, I don't think it works as good. That's my opinion. But I absolutely do not. And we always have somebody for something. That is a very true fact. So again, to the Blue Crew, I want to thank you all very much. Of course, we also have Miss Brandy, who runs the stuff in the background, the Discord. She takes care of the TikTok. She's basically the manager for all that stuff. Like I said, guys, there's always somebody that's doing something, and I couldn't do any of this without any of these people. There's no way, and there's no way to be as thankful as I am to them. There really isn't. So thank you to every one of you. Yes, we do absolutely love Brandy. If Brandy didn't, like I said, she manages the Discord. She manages and runs and completely handles the TikTok thing. I don't do any of that stuff. I couldn't. I don't know how to manage the Discord. I don't know how to deal with Discord. I definitely don't know anything about TikTok, and I couldn't. If I didn't have her to do that stuff, we'd never have any of this. She keeps the Discord in order. She keeps it regulated. So thank you, Miss Brandy. We love you to death for all that as well. Yes, and Tomboy looks pretty, and she makes crafts for everyone. She does an awesome job. Tomboy's brought me information too. Now we also have the people in the chat that watch the chat too, so that's important too. And thank you for all you do, Miss Brandy. I hope you know that is so important. It really is. That Discord runs like a very well-oiled machine now. Maybe in the past we had issues, but not now. Miss Heather Fitzgerald's in the house. Welcome, Heather. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. And you are too, SRB. Don't say that. I hate when you guys do that to yourselves. Quit. All right. So we got 35 people in here. We got 18 likes. So let's try to make that match if we can. And let's get this stuff out on the table here. Start off with the fact that this woman, Miss Sarah Boone, denied a plea deal. And I believe that the trial has been postponed. Interesting. Is anybody surprised at this? I don't know. Let's check this out real quick and start here. Plenty to talk about with this. Let's go.
All right. The hurricane forming named Milton has pushed the Sarah Boone case. The judge just announcing it a few moments ago that jury selection process, which was going to be starting this morning, has been pushed until next week. Let's watch the judge.
Thank you so much for letting me know your positions. As we just discussed, as of 10:46 this morning, the chief judge has decided to close all courthouses due to Hurricane Milton, both Wednesday, October 9th and Thursday, October 10. The court anticipates that operations will return to normal on Friday, October 11th, but that's due to the court's continued close monitoring of the impacts of the storm. Due to the potential storm and the ramifications of it, the court is going to postpone jury selection in this matter till Monday, October 14th at 9 a.m. Mr. Owens, please provide the court the order with regard to the clothing and shoes, and we'll address that as necessary. As also requested, please provide my judicial assistant your cellular telephone numbers before you leave today. With that, the court is in recess, and we will see you all on Monday, October 14th. Thank you. Ms. Boone will be returned to the custody of the Orange County Jail pending jury selection. We're off the record. Thank you.
All right, there it is. Sarah Boone was supposed to sit and watch jury selection take place today. Now, earlier this morning, she had a chance to take a deal. The state announced in open court that they were ready to give her a deal of 15 years if she pled guilty for the lesser charge of manslaughter. Right now, she's facing a second-degree murder conviction, which has a minimum of 22 years. Here is that moment where Sarah says no.
Do you understand that if we were to proceed to trial in this matter, and if you were found guilty, the lowest permissible sentence that the court could levy in this case would be 22.5 years in the Department of Corrections? Do you understand that? Do you understand the state's offer to resolve this case? Okay.
The offer is 15 years to a lesser included charge of manslaughter, with the understanding that she would serve 85% of that sentence.
That's up to the department and her behavior, but that is my understanding of the session.
Ma'am, understanding the state's offer, do you wish to accept or reject the state's offer to resolve this case?
Reject.
Stupid is and stupid does. I don't know what this woman thinks is going to happen. 15 years. 15. What did they say? 15 to 20? She's so stupid. She does realize she could get life or worse, possibly, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Depends on what they decide to do, but at least life. At least. Depending on what they do. Yeah, and she's already served 4 years of that, so she'd only served what? 11 years? And probably would have been able to get out with, you know, parole, early parole for good behavior. I don't know, who knows? I don't know. She is so dumb. Literally dumb. I'm sorry, but that's stupid. That is so stupid. Any life you could have with your child is going to be gone. That child's going to be grown by the time if she gets out. Like Miss Sherry said, she would pull 8 and only 4 was see? If she would have taken that plea deal, that's the fact. She served 4 already. She probably would have had 8 years max, or, you know, early release on that, and she'd have been done. Not that I think that that's what she should have taken, or, you know, that she deserves, and she doesn't, she deserves way more than that, guys, in my opinion, just so you know. But stupid. I'm sorry. This is dumb. The first thing she should have thought about was her child, okay? Not having a mother for the rest of her life. And because she's going to try to beat the system, she thinks she's going to do that. She's not going to. This attorney's an idiot, first off. So is she, so she's screwed on both those ends as far as I'm concerned. And at that point, guess what? Unbelievable. Bruley has a point. She does. Says, I think she thinks she's in a movie. She will walk out with the camera in her face and everyone wanting interviews. No, it's not going to happen. This is going to take her all the way. And I understand why the trial was postponed, guys. I don't blame the judge for that. That is what it is. You know, this is going to be a dangerous situation for the rest of the week. So, and that's what I think. I'm kind of glad that she denied the plea deal, because she deserves so much more than what she would have got. I think she should get life. And when she does, I can't imagine. I can't wait to truly see her face for what she's done to him. Okay. And the way that she has done it to him. That's a good point. Sherry says she likes the attention and the deal would silence her. And I think that's true. I do think it's true. She loves the attention she gets. Anyway, on we go.
Oh, man, she rejected that offer. That's 8. You heard that? It was 15, but she would serve 8. And she's already done, I believe, 4 in jail, go ripping through these 9 attorneys.
4 years, guys. 4 years in prison. Done. Done. Her child would be 17 years old, roughly, when she gets out, and she could still have a life with him. This was dumb. This was a dumb move. I'm sorry. I don't typically attack people like this and say this, but this was stupid. This was absolutely stupid. This child could have had some form of relationship with his mother. I don't see any chance of that at this point.
She's 4 years away from getting out if she accepted that deal, and she said no. Oh, Deputy Public Defender in Los Angeles County, Philip Dubay, is here. He's been sitting next to clients for decades, listening to their offers and rejections and this. Where does this stand? I mean, this to me seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah, no, Matahari, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Honestly. Sorry, folks. My son asked me a question, and I got to agree with Matahari there. And truly, I got to say the same thing. You know, she wasn't really much of a mom, according to what the ex-husband had said. I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Take it.
Suitcase Sarah is a classic example of why we have a job. Okay, Ted, listen, she's the type of client where you need to double team her, meaning you bring in at least 2 lawyers from your firm or your office to sit her down and tell her to knock off the cock and bull and take the deal. Because when she gets out, she'll be 56. She'll have a whole life ahead of her. You know, she's already been in for 56 months. I believe she got arrested on this in February of 2020. So she'll still be a relatively young woman. Worse yet, when you do the legal analysis, I think the best she can hope for from the jury is a manslaughter. They define it as follows. All they have to do is prove that she committed an act, not in self-defense, that caused death. That's it. All they have to do is hit the play button and show the jury that video of him struggling for breath in that suitcase, and they've basically proven of manslaughter beyond a reasonable doubt. So what does that get her? The 15 years that they're offering now. Homegirl needs to take the deal and shut up and go do her time.
Yeah, because the chances of a second, while obviously the state is a little bit worried about their case because it is complex. That video, she's not only listening to him, she's taunting him. And there's only 6 jurors that are going to be deliberating in the state of Florida. It's not a 12-person jury. You could just feel this thing going south very quickly, especially if, like they've articulated, their defense is going to be battered spouse syndrome.
Yeah, the only way out of this is to prove some form of self-defense. Because again, they have to prove she committed an act that caused death that was not excusable, meaning it was not in self-defense.
And we're going to be reviewing tonight, guys, the autopsy for Jorge Torres. Hello, Miss Kimber. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight, dear. We've missed you. I hope you're having a great day. And when we review this, I'm reviewing this autopsy because I want to see what other, if any, other issues are on this autopsy, to see if there's something else that Sarah very well could possibly get charged with if they believe she did this. So that's why we're checking this out tonight.
And if they think that a battered woman syndrome expert is going to save the day, it's very risky. I would rather take my 15 with all the credit I've got in and be out at age 56 rather than risk life in prison. But she's willing to roll the dice. It's really unfortunate. And this is, again, a classic example of why a few attorneys need to sit her down and explain the risk. And then you can note your files, say she's been advised, and if she goes down on it, she has nobody to blame but herself.
And now it makes sense.
And that's facts, guys. She's overconfident. And this, I don't think this attorney is helping her. I think he's telling her, I'll make you get it. I'll get you off. You're going to get off if you're with me and things like that. And this man does not know what he's doing, in my opinion. Sorry. Oh, good Lord have mercy. It is crazy.
That she's gone through all these attorneys. We had sort of speculated that the state maybe was offering and she was rejecting, and this, and I think that the state was very eager to get this out on the record and into the public forum. Well, the hurricane Milton storming towards, or basically Orlando. And now it'll drop in intensity by the time it gets inlet into Orlando. The court was expecting Wednesday and Thursday to have the courthouse closed. This move, though, to stop the jury selection process on Monday and restart it next Monday, I guess that is to eliminate the possibility that you pick a juror, their house is leveled, and they can't serve.
Of course, yeah. I mean, we're fortunate out here where I live. We don't have to worry about having to batten down the hatches whenever it rains or you get a windstorm, you know. But unfortunately, most of the country is not like that. And to be fair, nobody really knows where the jurors live or the jury pool. It could be possible that even though the courthouse is inland, that they live closer to the ocean and they need to get home and board up their windows, make arrangements for their pets, pack things up, put sandbags out and get ready rather than.
And that's a good point. She's not gonna. Here's the thing. Remember this too, folks. Wisdom is correct. She's and again, Wisdom knows a lot about this. She worked in the court systems for years. Okay, but this is probably her opinion, and I have to go with this. She won't win in self-defense because she wasn't in imminent danger when this happened. That's the thing. She wasn't defending herself against anything. Okay. She never stated that she was in any danger. There was nothing about that. In fact, she said, her words were, we were having a good night. Everything was great. Everything was fine. We were playing games. I don't understand where the danger was. They were coloring. Was his picture better than hers? I mean, I don't understand. I'm not trying to be ignorant here, but there's nothing here that states that she was in any danger, okay? And she sounded vindictive when she was responding to him in that video. Premeditated. It sounded premeditated to me. I'm sorry, but it did. And again, we're going to find out when we look at this autopsy if there was any other things done, which we've heard there was blunt force trauma to him as well, possibly. Okay. We're going to check that out as well. So I'm just saying. And again, the other side to this too is that she changed her story. When she initially spoke to police with this, the day of, okay, and during the interrogation, she claimed it multiple times. This was not her intention. This was not her intention. It was unintentional. It was an accident. In turn, you're going to turn around and say that you're claiming self-defense. How does that match up, folks? Those two things don't fit together, in my opinion. I'm sorry. Welcome, Phil. It's good to see you. Haven't seen you in a couple of days. Great to have you here. Phil says, if the prosecution was confident with their case and charging crimes carrying possible life sentences, why then have they offered 15 years on pleas since the original charges? I think it's to get this over with, Phil. That's my opinion. This has been a drug out case in a scenario. You know, maybe they're saying, and again, I got to tell you that I don't think this has anything to do with it, but I will show you guys an interview with Jorge's mother stating that, you know, she doesn't wish bad things on Sarah, blah, blah, blah. She forgives her, so on and so forth. Sarah has a child. She's a mother. Okay. Those things could have been brought in to affect this thought process is all I'm saying. I don't know. I hope you do. Everything's okay, Phil. I really do. I hope you're doing all right. I'm sorry to hear that. And that's possible too, possibly to get a confession for the Torres family. For her to state, hey, because you know how plea deals go. There's They're typically conditional, okay? And they would say, you know, that she did this. That's a good point. That is a good point. I don't know where you're located, Phil, but are you involved in any of this stuff with the hurricane stuff? If so, good Lord, have mercy, sir. I promise you that you're in all of our prayers. Yeah, usually deals come with confessions. That's fact. Either way, whatever's going on in your life, Phil, yeah, I promise you, sir, you're in my prayers as well. And please take care of yourself. We will be thinking of you, literally, just so you know.
Serving their civic duty as a juror, you know. So, and by the way, the players in the justice system likewise need to get home and take care of business. The judge, the court reporter, the clerk, a counsel, you know, they all have obligations at home that they've got to contend with to avoid tragic type destruction from what appears now to be a Category 3 or a Category 5 hurricane. You got to deal with it.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a prudent decision.
Where a jury selection has now been continued until next week in the highly anticipated suitcase murder trial. The defendant there, Sarah Boone, she's accused of killing.
Phil has a good point. Phil has a very good point, everybody, that if she takes the plea, she could never be president of the United States. I'm sure that's probably one of the ideals that she had, Phil. I know she'd definitely be in contention with some other people to run as president. Onward and upward. Thank you, Phil, for joining us. I love Phil's humor. I really do.
Killing her boyfriend by zipping him up in a suitcase and leaving him there to die. Boone told investigators that she and Jorge Torres had been playing a game of hide and seek and that she assumed that he could get out of that suitcase. So there have been a lot of breaking news details today. Let's bring in live now from Orlando, Florida, Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft with us there on the ground. Kelly, so many changes today. What can you tell us about these latest developments?
Well, hi there, Julia. Yes, a lot of big developments here in Orlando for this case.
Okay, that's right. You are up there in the New England areas. So, okay, good deal. Well, I hope everything's good. Everything's good up there and everything's well with you and your family, sir. Again, like I said, I never like to hear that anybody's going through anything negative, and I will be definitely keeping you in my thoughts and prayers, sir. You and your family both.
We have been anxiously awaiting the start of this murder case against Sarah Boone, but today another delay. So in the past, we've had lots of delays because Sarah Boone was going through so many attorneys.
I just thought of this too. This is like right down the alley for her attorney because he wanted this delayed and extended, so he got his way.
Filing motions and doing many other things that this trial has been postponed many, many times. And today, another postponement because of the impending storm. A state of emergency has been issued for this area because the hurricane is expected to hit. So today, the chief judge presiding over this case said that jury selection, which was supposed to take place this morning, now will not take place until next Monday. Let's go ahead and listen to the chief judge as he made this announcement today in court.
Due to the potential storm and the ramifications of it, the court is going to postpone jury selection in this matter till Monday, October 14th at 9 a.m.
So we have a huge crew here from Court TV on the ground, Julia. We were waiting for this case to begin. But of course, over the last few days, we heard about this other hurricane that is expected to hit here and around the Orlando area. And so then you heard the chief judge there saying that things are going to be postponed until next Monday.
No, it's good to take those precautions, but certainly that does shake things up there inside the courtroom. And speaking of shakeups, we learned on the record today something about a deal that was offered to Sarah Boone. What can you tell us about that?
There certainly was the plea offer made to Sarah Boone this morning before things got going. And of course, Julie, if she would have accepted this, then things would have been more or less over for Sarah Boone in regards to what the impending trial was going to be, et cetera. So she was offered a plea deal of 15 years for manslaughter. She's already been behind bars for several years. So then she would have had to serve the rest of this term, but she rejected that. Let's go ahead and listen to some sound from this morning regarding that plea offer.
Do you understand that if we were to proceed to trial in this matter, and if you were found guilty, the lowest permissible sentence that the court could levy in this case would be 22.5 years in the Department of Corrections? Do you understand that? Do you understand the state's offer to resolve this case? Okay.
The offer is 15 years to a lesser included charge of manslaughter, with the understanding that she would serve 85% of that sentence.
That's up to the department and her behavior, but that is my understanding of the section.
Ma'am, understanding the state's offer, do you wish to accept or reject the state's offer to resolve this case?
So you heard Sarah Boone there rejecting the state's offer of 15 years to.
She even said that arrogantly. I don't get it. And I know, Phil, you like to be fair in these things with her. You have been trying to be devil's advocate on both sides of this, but I just I can't. This woman has the arrogance of some. I just don't get it. I don't understand this. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yes, she does look very pretty in her civilian dress and courtroom makeover. Can you tell? It says nothing bid. The genius blew out the second tire in 2 weeks. Had to find a spare ASAP. Turns out 16-inch Cadillac spare is a perfect swap for 15-inch 98 Toyota. Gotcha, bro. I understand it. Yes, life itself is hard as it is. I understand that completely, especially when you got teenagers, brother. And I'm either way. It's still something to throw prayers at you for, sir. Just so you know, I don't like to see anybody going through anything. I promise you. No, and that's the thing. There is no empathy. There is no remorse, Daniela. She has not shown any. None. Not since the day that she called 911 have I seen any remorse or any kind of empathy shown whatsoever. None. Again, unbelievable to me.
Manslaughter. So Sarah Boone did not want that.
And that's even a lesser charge, folks. I think she was charged with murder too. I think 2nd degree. And they were going to drop it to manslaughter. Come on. Like, what? She should have jumped on that and ran. She should have taken that deal and ran for the hills, guys. She'd have been out in 4 years. Literally. Maybe even before that, depending on what goes on within the prison systems. You know what I mean? Unbelievable to me. Unbelievable. What's Bobby up? What's up, Bobby? Good to see you. That's what it is. That is absolutely what it is, in my opinion. She's still refusing to admit guilt, which she has to do to claim self-defense. Thank you. She's so hard-headed and so neurotic and so arrogant. It's insane to me.
She is going to move forward with this trial with her attorney. And then, of course, if she is found guilty of 2nd-degree murder, you heard the judge there talk about it, she would be sentenced up to 22.5 years behind bars for the 2nd-degree murder offense if jurors found her guilty of that one, Julia.
And that's what I've been thinking too, Sherry. And welcome, by the way, Sherry. It's great to see you. It's been a while. When the jury sees the arrogance of this woman, think about that for a minute. When this jury sees her arrogance and how she acts, nope. That people are people, folks. We don't like people that first off don't take accountability for what they've done, and we don't like arrogance in others. Okay, entitlement and arrogance is one thing that people do not like, and people do not put up with. And I'm telling you right now, this woman thinks she's done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. That's the problem right there. In her mind, she thinks that she's done nothing wrong. This is a problem for me. This is where I think the issues lay with her. God-fearing influencer, as you are, should always promote presumed innocence. And I do. I still say she's innocent until proven guilty. But I'm telling you, bro, she's made it very hard for me. I told you this before. She's made it very hard for me to stick with that with her. One, we have a video showing what she did. That's the hardest part right there. And that's with any case that I cover, guys. If you show me a video of the alleged suspect doing something to the victim, of course I'm going to automatically jump on that horse. Just saying. You know, that's all I'm saying. It's hard. It is very, very hard. I don't know. This is why I've stuck to this case so much, because of this. We'll see. We'll see. I'm trying hard to stick with the whole innocent till proven guilty thing, because I do believe in that. I really do. But this one's hard. I'm telling you, it's very hard.
So some big developments here in Orlando, in spite of the trial being postponed, the start of it till next week. But that plea deal, and then of course now jury selection, not till Monday.
All right, Kelly Craft, thank you for the latest there from Orlando. We'll let you go. Let's bring in our guest for this hour. Marjorie Mesidor is with us. Marjorie, trial attorney in New York City. Marjorie, a lot happened today in this case. We were waiting for opening statements to be starting this week, jury selection to start today. But let me first just ask you, before we talk about that deal that we heard the defendant reject, jury selection being postponed for a week. I mean, we were expecting that there could be some issues with the weather in that area. And Wednesday, we knew that the courthouse was going to be closed, but now the entire week so that things can start up on Monday.
Well, jury selection being postponed due to weather reasons is going to be for the safety of all jurors, and including all court and staff, right? So that in and of itself, it happening now rather than in the middle of the trial while somebody's on the stand or while a portion of the jury has already been selected, just has a way of just really disturbing the momentum and the flow of the trial in that regard. So it happening now is actually a bit, serendipitous for all sides, so that they know that when they start, they'll be able to continue to the end.
So the other news that I really want to get your opinion on, this has to do with this plea deal. And we've known that there was a plea deal in this case for a long time. We didn't know the exact numbers because she's had so many attorneys. She's had, this is her 9th attorney, so 8 other attorneys that things just simply didn't work out with for one reason or the other.
We're going to be doing that tonight, Phil. Once we get through all this, I have the autopsy. We're going to review that as well. So we're going to look at a few different things within that, which is going to show some different things too. So,
but now we know on the record that the state was offering her a plea deal of 15 years. 85% of that is what is typically the standard that she would have to serve. If you do the numbers, it looks like it would be closer to about 10 years. But then if you subtract the 4, I mean, she could be looking at a much lower sentence because she's already served 4 years. In looking at Sarah Boone sitting there and her attorney sitting next to her, what do you think the dynamic is in terms of who wants this deal and who is saying it's a good idea and who's saying absolutely not?
I think that it's very clear that it's Sarah Boone who is saying that this is not a good idea. In her rejection of the plea deal, she almost seemed defiant. I think that any attorney looking at the facts of this case, looking at the evidence that is amounting against her, as well as how much time she will actually end up serving, is going to encourage the client at least to give this some deep, thoughtful consideration. We also have the history of the fact that this is her 9th attorney. So having gone through 8 attorneys, it may be that she is taking a very strong stance that she will see this through verdict, regardless of what happens in the interim. So I think that if we're going to be looking at who wants this deal and who doesn't, if I had to place my bets, I would say that the attorney probably wants it, or at least wants it to be seriously considered. And it is Ms. Boone who flatly will want to reject it.
Yeah, something about just seeing her sitting there in the courtroom, it does seem like she is very much determined and is in control of her defense, which is likely what she wanted from the very beginning and couldn't get that from those 8 attorneys. We're going to get to a break, and perhaps in a week we'll learn more from Sarah Boone about what she wants to do with it.
I believe she's 42. I think we covered that last week. I think she's 42. Don't quote me 100%. I have to look it up again. So again, just saying, just it kind of seems that way. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to set something up here. One minute while I grab this, and we're gonna go ahead and start reviewing the autopsy and the report from the medical examiner on Jorge, and see what we can come on to with that. Just give me one moment, everyone, please. He says her name 20 times and tells her over 6 times that he couldn't breathe, and she tells him that maybe you should stop talking. Oh, she says multiple things. Agreed. Again, I clearly see premeditation in this, and I don't understand. Phil makes a good point. Why is the state offering her this deal? I'd like to know. I don't know if it's because they feel bad for her. If it's because who knows? There's things, I'm sure. I don't get it, but I don't know. And yes, all while laughing. Maybe he have been abusive, but it seems like she was pretty. Yeah, I agree with that too. So here we are, guys. This is again, Mikey. Thank you for making this happen. Office of the Medical Examiner, District 9, 2350 East Michigan Street. This is out of Orlando. Report of autopsy for Jorge Torres. Manner of death listed as homicide. He was 42 years old. And this, the date of death was February 24th of 2020. The autopsy was performed at 9 a.m. on the 25th, the very next day. That's what I think too, Sherry. Miss Wisdom, I believe that it's because his family wants this over, just to have the closure of it being done, in my opinion. I truly do think that. And this is the listed as the final anatomic diagnoses. Okay, so let's start off here. The final, I'm sorry, 1, positional asphyxiation with environmental suffocation is what this is listed as. Sorry about that. Let me say that again. Positional asphyxiation with environmental suffocation, meaning he asphyxiated based on the fact that he was bent in half, is basically what that means. Okay, folded up like that. He's a 42-year-old man within closed suitcase, prolonged confinement. Blunt, here we are. Here it is. Blunt impact injuries to torso, cutaneous contusions, deep muscle contusions, cutaneous abrasions, periorbital edema and ecmosis left eye, galeal and subgaleal hemorrhage, intoxication by ethyl alcohol. Continued. Toxicology analysis is connected. We're going to look at the lab report on this as well. The conclusion of this is in consideration of the circumstances surrounding the death and after. Sorry, guys, hold on. Examination of the body and review of the toxicology report. Sorry, folks, I'm trying to take some ibuprofen. It is my opinion that Jorge Torres, a 42-year-old man, died as the result of positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation. The manner of death is classified as homicide. So that is the ME's thoughts on this. All right. And here we go. The autopsy of the body of Jorge Torres is performed pursuant to Florida Statute 40611 by Sarah Sidowicz, DO, Associate Medical Examiner, District 9 at the Orange County Medical Examiner Facility. In Orlando, Florida on February 25th, 2020. Identification. It's identified by Orange County Sheriff's Office Corporal Taylor using the decedent's Florida ID card. The identification is made on February 24th at the scene. Clothing and valuables. At the time of examination, the body is dressed in a black short-sleeve t-shirt, camouflage cargo shorts, worn with a black leather belt, and undershorts. The remaining personal effects are inventoried and personally verified. General statement is that the body is that of a well-developed and nourished adult man compatible with the above stated age. At the time of the exam, the body measures 62 inches in length and weighs 103 pounds. Body mass index is 19. The body is ambient temperature. Rigor mortis has receded. The livor mortis is fixed posterior and rises to the level of the posterior axillary lines. Fixed lividity also involves the left side of the torso and the upper extremity in the lateral aspects. The body is neither decomposed nor embalmed. As for the external examination, Let me see here. Yeah, he was very tiny, guys. Bill made that point earlier. Very tiny. This was a very little man, like literally the size of a child in some senses, okay? And that's something else, you know. It very easily could have been overpowered, and it wouldn't take much to do damage to him, you know, physically, as far as trauma goes, blunt trauma or whatever. 5'1", 103 pounds. Definitely she could overpower him with no, especially if he's intoxicated. You know, there's another thing too. So, and that's exactly how he fit in a suitcase too, you know. So, the scalp hair is black, straight, has a normal hairline, measures the estimated 3 centimeters in maximum length. Facial hair consists of black mustache and black beard, which is confined to the chin. The irids are brown. The pupils have equal diameters. The cornea are slightly clouded and have horizontal bands of darkening. Tacnor. The conjunctivi are congested. The sclera are white and have a focal hemorrhage in the superior aspects. The left sclera has lateral hemorrhage. Okay, think about that for a minute. The left sclera has lateral hemorrhage. Hemorrhage is blood, you know, for anybody that doesn't know that. The external nares contain a small amount of mucus mixed with bloody fluid. The nasal skeleton is palpably intact. The lips have recent injuries as described below. The oral cavity has natural dentition, in a fair to poor state of repair. The oral mucosa has intact frenula and no petechial hemorrhages in the oral vestibule. It is lined with blood-streaked mucus. The external auditory canals are free of foreign materials. The neck is symmetrical and has no palpable masses. The thorax is well developed and symmetrical, and the abdomen is scaphoid and soft. And has no palpable masses. The external genitalia are those of a normally developed adult circumcised man with no injuries. The testes are distended into the scrotal sac and are palpably unremarkable. The lower extremities are symmetrical and have no anatomic abnormalities. The arms, forearms, wrists, and hands have no anatomic abnormalities. The fingernails are intact bilaterally, and the back is unremarkable except as indicated, which is some of those injuries. The lateral aspect of the right arm has a gray tone tattoo of a character face. The dorsal aspect of the right forearm has gray tone tattoos of letters arranged in a vertical fashion. The lateral aspect of the right leg has a gray tone tattoo of indeterminate design. The right side of the neck has a gray tone tattoo of multiple letters. The posterior aspect of the right leg has a gray tone tattoo of a female figure. And the body has no apparent remote surgical scars. Okay, so positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation. Per investigative reports, the descendant had climbed into a suitcase which was subsequently zippered closed. He remained in the suitcase for up to 11 hours or more, per reports. Additionally, I think it equaled out based on what she stated and then what we figured out per the time. It's like 13 hours possibly. Additionally, review of cellular phone video recording revealed the decedent stating that he was not able to breathe while in the suitcase. So the blunt impact injuries. The lateral aspect of the upper eyelid has dark purple-blue ecchymosis and is associated with a small amount of subcutaneous edema. The mucosal surface of the lower lip has a few contusions and lacerations. The left temporparietal region of the scalp has galeal and subgaleal hemorrhage estimated at less than 20 cc's. The right side of the face, near the corner of the mouth, has a crescent-shaped red-purple abrasion. So, like moon, like a half moon shaped abrasion. The right side of the neck in the supraclavicular. I can't read. I need new glasses, you guys. I'm sorry. Supraclavicular clavicular region has a few scattered red-brown linear abrasions. The mid-upper back has a series of obliquely oriented linear abrasions, each with a width of 0.03 centimeters and lengths of 7, 12, 15, and 6 centimeters left to right, respectively. The left side of the back, near the posterior axillary fold and extending medially, is a series of punctate purple-blue contusions. Okay, the above described contusions involve the underlying adipose tissue and skeletal muscle and are associated with intramuscular edema. The sacral area of the back at the posterior midline has an 8 by 6 centimeter zone of red-purple ecchymosis. So there's a lot of like bruising, and an abrasive like bruises and stuff on this man on the back area too. So it could be from coming down the stairs. You know, I'm not sure. We don't know, but I'm just saying he could have been hit with something, a bat, a pipe, anything, guys, that has a solid mass to it and caused that. Or it could be from bouncing down those stairs. Being that he is so small, you know, there's not a lot of meat on his body to protect him from that impact. So that's pretty wild. The dorsum of the left hand has blue-purple ecchymosis overlying the metacarpals in second digit. The dorsal aspect of the right hand has faint red-purple ecchymosis overlying the metatarsal area and near the base of the thumb. The posterior aspect of the right arm near the elbow joint has a 4.5 by 4 centimeter compressed dry red abrasion. The lateral aspect of the left arm has two vertically oriented red-brown linear abrasions measuring 3 centimeters, 8 centimeters in length, medial to lateral, respectively. Let's see. Bobby says in the state's motion to deny the battered spouse syndrome defense, she admitted to both the defense and state experts that she used I didn't even hear that. The baseball bat to strike the suitcase. There it is right there. Boom. Bobby, where did you see that at? And if you would let me know that, I would go find that, please. Okay, I will do that, sir. Thank you very much. Bingo, folks. I told you that it sounded like something was used. I'll be damned. There it is. So, again, Bill, there's that then, sir. What would you say about that? Okay, well, he says this, but well, blow me down. Did he just say Blackbeard? Makes perfect sense now. He's a pirate and he tried to plunder Sarah's booty. You're a mess, bro. I love it. I love it. Lawyer, you know. All right, Bobby. Thank you, brother. Bingo. So the usual Y-shaped incision is made and reveals no evidence of extravasated blood in the subcutaneous tissues of the chest or abdomen. The serosal cavities have no adhesions or abnormal collections of fluid. The pneumothorax test is negative for gas bilaterally. The organs are congested in the expected anatomic positions and have no decomposition. Again, which makes no sense to me. I'm thinking about 15 things at once. Sorry, folks. The aorta has a few cholesterol streaks, but no real atherosclerosis. The vena cava and their major tributaries return to the heart in the usual distribution and are unremarkable with no thrombosis. The pulmonary trunk and pulmonary arteries are patent, have no thromboli, and have smooth intimal surfaces. The large vessels are not distended and contain partially clotted dark red blood. Partially clotted dark red blood. My apologies, folks. The heart weighs 260 grams. Epicardial surface is smooth. The coronary arteries arise normally, have patent orifices, and follow a right dominant distribution. The proximal third of the left anterior descending coronary artery has greater than 75% narrowing of its lumen due to eccentrically placed firm yellow-white fibrolipid atherosclerotic plaque. I really need new glasses. That looked like something completely different. Arthrosclerotic plaque, which again is basically like cholesterol buildup per se, plaque buildup. For those of you that know what that is. Where do we go? The remaining epicardial arteries are of normal caliber and entirely patent. The myocardial cut surfaces are firm, brown, red, and have no discernible lesions. The parietal and valvular endocardium is smooth, thin, and unremarkable. The valvular rings, leaflets, and cusps are normal. The atrial and ventricular septae are intact. The chambers of the heart are not chronically dilated. Jesus, I can't talk today. The respiratory system. The upper and lower airways are patent and lined with clear mucus. The distal bronchial tree contains a small amount of froth. The mucosal surfaces are yellow-red smooth and have no petechiae. The right and left lungs weigh 620 to 650 grams, respectively. They have smooth pleural surfaces. Much anthracotic pigment is deposited in the subpleural lymphatics of all lobes. The cut surfaces of the pulmonary parenchyma are variegated red to purple, mildly congested, have prominent green tobacco staining and tattered tissue loss in the centrilobular distribution. The peripheral pulmonary arteries have smooth intimal surfaces and no thromboemboli. Sorry. Hepatobiliary system. The liver weighs 10,000. Good Lord. 1,090 grams and has a smooth, intact capsule. The liver parenchyma is firm, brown red, congested, and has no lesions. The gallbladder contains viscid green-brown bile without gallstones. Its mucosa is velvety and unremarkable. The extrahepatic biliary tree is patent and non-dilated. The pancreas has tan brown lobulated parenchyma, clear ducts, and no lesions. I mean, he was fairly healthy, okay? Truly. He had a little bit of stuff here and there that seemed wrong with him besides these things, but fairly healthy. Reticuloendothelial system. The spleen weighs 60 grams and has a smooth, intact capsule. The cut surfaces of the splenic parenchyma are maroon, soft, and have inapparent lymphoid follicles. The regional lymph nodes are not enlarged. The thymus gland is partially fat replaced and has residual tan pink lobulated parenchyma free of lesions. The gastrointestinal tract, the esophagus is lined by smooth gray white mucosa with no lesions. The gastric mucosa has the usual rugal folds. The stomach lumen contains a measured 100 milliliters of tan red purple fluid with no identical food particles. The duodenum has no lesions. The remaining gastrointestinal tract has no major alterations to external inspection and palpation. The vermiform appendix is without note. So that's probably wine because that's what they were supposedly drinking that night. Genitourinary system. The right to left kidney weighs 100 to 120 grams, respectively. They have thin renal capsules that strip with ease. The cortical surfaces are red, brown, and smooth. The cortices are congested, vaguely delineated from the underlying medullary pyramids and have no lesions. The calces pelvis and ureters are not dilated and have unremarkable lining mucosa. There is no increase in hilar adipose tissue in the kidneys. The urinary bladder contains a measured 150 milliliters of pale urine. Its mucosa is white tan and unremarkable, and the urethra is unremarkable. The prostate gland has normal size and monomorphic cut surfaces, and the seminal vessels are unremarkable. If anything I'm missing in chat, I will catch up here in a minute, guys. Sorry. So the endocrine system, the pituitary and adrenal glands have no abnormalities. The thyroid gland is red-purple with uniform granular cut surfaces and no lesions. the neck. Cervical spine, laryngeal cartilages, and hyoid bone have no fractures or other abnormalities. So, to answer your question, SRB, I do not believe he was strangled because the hyoid bone is intact. There's no fractures, and they're not speaking of any bruising or any discoloration there. If that was the case, the hyoid bone would probably be fractured or broken at that point if he was strangled. The tongue is normal with no hemorrhages, bite marks, or other lesions. The epiglottic and laryngeal mucosa has no petechiae or edema and is lined with clear mucus. So no, do not believe he was strangled at all or even choked per se. The galeal aponeurosis has recent injuries. Okay, as described above, the vault and base of the skull have no fractures. There are no epidural or subdural hemorrhages. The dura mater and falx cerebri are intact, and the brain weighs 1,410 grams, as has symmetrical cerebral hemispheres. The external surfaces of the brain are not edematous. Oh my God, I don't know why I can't. I know these words. I can't say them tonight to save my life. Edematous. The arachnoid membrane is thin and delicate and with mildly congested arachnoid vessels. The cerebrospinal fluid is clear. The cerebral arteries distribute normally and have no atherosclerosis or other abnormalities. The cranial nerves distribute normally and have no nodules. The external and cut surfaces of the cerebral hemispheres, brainstem, cerebellum, reveal no structural lesions. The cerebral ventricles have a normal caliber and shape. The clavicle, sternum, spine, ribs, and pelvis have no recent fractures, and the musculature is normally developed. Okay, so the toxicology report. Welcome, Terry. Good to see you. All right, let me catch up with you guys first. Yes, the neighbors have testified or, made statements already of things they heard, and I'm interested to hear the testimony from that. And there's that too. How do you hit somebody with a bat accidentally? Explain that to me, anybody. And at this point, I still wonder if he was hit before he went into the suitcase or after he was in the suitcase. I am curious. I'm not saying that to say that any of this is wrong, but I am curious to know if any of that happened possibly. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna go back and check that out to hear that too. Thank you again, Bobby, for that. And again, what I got to thank Mikey for making this possible so that we can go over this. Yes, right, Mikey. FFS for sure. So, okay, so this toxicology report here, they're showing here ethanol, which is basically alcohol, okay, wine, liquor, whatever. In his bloodstream, it was 0.138 and 0.010 of ethanol in his blood system. Acetone, none detected. Milligrams, 7.5. Methanol, none detected. Isopropanol, none detected. Okay, then. So basically, he just had alcohol in his system, 0.138. I mean, that's a good amount, but it's not. I don't know. Let's see here. Specimen type, peripheral blood, caffeine, nicotine, metabolite. Sorry, caffeine, metabolite, blood, immunogenicity screen negative. So amphetamines negative. He was negative for anything. There's no drugs in his system at this point. Nothing there. Everything's negative for barbiturates, amphetamines, benzos, buprenorphine, cannabinoids, cocaine metabolite, fentanyl or opiates. There's nothing in the system except for alcohol, guys. So that can be shot out the window. Anybody was thinking that there was drugs involved in as far as he was concerned. So the vitreous panel that was a volatile panel that was done. Ethanol reads 0.213. Ethanol non-detected, 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 nothing else. So the urea nitrogen, which is a urine screen, was 0.93. Creatinine is at 136. Sodium. Wait, am I reading that? Are they overland? Hold on a minute. Specimen type. Okay, yeah. 14.6 was the urine screen. The nitrogen. I'm sorry. I don't know why this seemed like doing this to me. The creatinine is at 0.93. Sodium is at 136. Potassium 19.7. Chloride 11. I'm sorry, 114. And glucose is at 10. Glucose results from patients with gammopathies are, in particular, Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia. Yeah. Anyway, that's a new word for me. Macroglobulinemia. Okay, got you. May result in an abnormal reaction profile. Although the incidence of this occurrence is rare, glucose results from these patients should be interpreted with caution. Yeah, I was going to say, because the glucose level is at 10. That's really low in my opinion. That's weird. Specimens were intact upon receipt. Chain of custody specimen security and integrity has been maintained. Testing has been performed and requested. Jorge Torres. This was printed out March 16th of 2020. Demetrius, stop it. Stop it, Phil. Don't make me do stupid things. I do enough on my own. I do enough on my own. Vitreous. So it's hard enough to read those to yourself, but a long running list on video. I dare others to come up and try. It is a pain, it is, but that's okay. I wanted to get this out to you guys so that you guys knew exactly what was going on. But so there was bruising, there was contusions and abrasions all over him. And she says, is everybody in here still able to say something? Why is chat stopped? Maybe because they were listening. Maybe. Could somebody else in chat type something, please? Just to make sure it didn't freeze up. So there is that. Again, I appreciate that. And I went through Steward Reference Laboratory, by the way. Yeah, there you guys go. It's working. It's working, Phil. Let's see here. All right. And that's it, guys. That's every bit of it right there. Pretty wild. Uh-oh. Sorry, Zelda. For a minute, I thought it was Dago Phil time. It's okay. It's all good. All right. Now, let's back this up. Where did you say this happened? You're welcome, Daniela. Where did you say this happened, Bobby? Which hearing did you say that happened in? Yes, thank you very much, Mikey. I appreciate that, brother. Welcome, Mystery. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Thank you, Miss Sherry. All right, let me find this here. Today's hearing prior to the decision to delay jury. Aha. Gotcha. Okay. All right. For those that were not familiar with this before we started in on this by some chance, the beginning of this video here starts off with her telling the police officer the day she called 911. The next day after this happened, she called 911. This is her interaction with the police officer that first responded.
The problem is I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
When did you do CPR?
This morning when I found it.
Before you called?
Yes!
1 o'clock right now.
I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still.
The body camera video of Sarah Boone, if you look closely, you see the date of that. This is, the morning that 911 is called.
Well, I should do that first. Does anybody have any questions about anything I read to you on the autopsy that I can explain? Welcome, Stevie. Good to see you, buddy. I look like I fixed the alternator on your truck last week. Okay. I don't know what that means, but either way, thank you, sir. And it's okay. I didn't mean to put you to sleep, SRB. Let me see something here. Were there any questions at all about the autopsy before I go forward with this? Yeah. Like I said, he was pretty much healthy. Other than, the bruising. I'm lost. I am lost, but that's okay.
Called and Orange County Sheriff's respond. It was 2/24/2020. Now, finally, Monday, attorney number 9 will be representing her. And
I could explain a lot of this stuff about everything if you want me to on the autopsy. If there's questions, I can explain them. Most of them. I know a lot of this stuff. My wife does a lot of this stuff. She's a phlebotomist, so on and so forth. I've been in the medical field for years. She has, my mother has, everybody has. So I know a lot of these terms and what they mean. A lot of this stuff is just basic stuff too, by the way. The medical terminology is what gets everybody, but it's everything was pretty much normal, basically. Okay, Bobby, thank you. Document drop states motion to deny battered spin. Okay, good stuff. Thank you, sir. Okay, Daniela, good stuff. Mikey, are you able to look to see where those documents might be? If you can't, bro, just let me know and I'll go dig. But I just wondered. He said you resemble the guy who changes all. Oh, I got you. Either way, I don't know if that's good or bad, but either way, thanks for being here, Stevie. I appreciate you.
the trial will begin right here on Court TV. Now, we've got an update because Sarah Boone made some motions, pretrial motions with her new attorney prior to the beginning of this trial. Let's go through some of them. First, she had a request to have her hair done. And yes, that's a check. Yes, you can have your hair done, Sarah Boone.
Bobby just said that there's a document drop of the state's motion to deny the battered spouse syndrome defense. That would be a new one. So if that one at all, Mike, if you see it, or if you can direct me to it, I'll grab it. Either way, if you weren't doing anything. Welcome, Just Debbie. Thank you for joining us tonight, hun.
Boone at trial. Request to wear civilian clothes. Check. You will get to wear your civilian clothes. Okay, request to have her makeup done. Not happening. They had to draw the line somewhere. It seems like corrections had a little problem with that. Can't have it done. So she'll have her hair done, but she's not going to have the professional makeup artist.
They denied the makeup motion because the jailers at the jail said that they don't know what the compound is made up of on the makeup, and they have certain rules at the jail. They can't have that kind of stuff like as contraband being brought in. That's what it was. I don't know what that, I didn't know that was a thing, but I guess it is. So I didn't know. Interesting though. It's interesting. So she can have her hair done, she can wear civilian clothes, but no makeup.
Come in. Request to have shackles and restraints removed during the trial. Yes, that would be prejudicial. And finally, this is the big one, folks. Request to have her interrogation video suppressed, kept out of evidence. It's coming in. It is coming in, folks.
So they were trying to have that interrogation that we watched taken out, stricken, and they're going to use it, which I have no doubt that they were going to. Wow. I can't believe she thought they were going to withhold that. That's insane. How would you think that? Like, that's the best piece of evidence they have. Why would they pull that? That's ridiculous. That makes no sense. Yes, she definitely does, Daniela. Maybe that's why she wants makeup. I don't know. I don't think it would help much, but that's my opinion. That's it right there, Exotic. Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight, Exotic. That's why they want it pulled, because they know that once that video is seen, it's over. That's the end. Truly. Again, this is my opinion, but I just feel very strongly about that.
Folks, the interrogation video where she makes a lot of statements. She's all over the place, and in statements that may be considered inconsistent with the defense in this case. So Sarah Boone was on the stand on Wednesday for this pretrial motion here, discussing her mindset going into the police interrogation that she wanted tossed out of the case.
I was in shock. I was traumatized by the situation, and then trying to focus on everything that was going on at my home. I was hungover. I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree.
Now, if everybody remembers, I'm glad she said that, okay? If everybody remembers, she said to the police the day of the 911 call that they drank a bottle of wine, between the two of them. One bottle of wine. So basically half. I mean, if she was intoxicated, mind you, this woman is been listed, or I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of the right word here. This woman has been categorized as an alcoholic based on her ex-husband, okay? I can't imagine how a half a bottle of wine got her to the point that she was, that we heard on the video, for one, and two, to be hungover the next day, a half a bottle of wine. I don't believe that. And either that or she drank way more than what she claimed that she drank, okay? Well, there it is. Phil said that attorneys have been caught doing far dumber things than placing makeup with LSD or fentanyl. Lacing, I think he meant. Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks, Phil. I would have never thought of something like that. Defense filed a motion to have parts of her statement redacted, and state filed a motion to deny battered spouse syndrome. I knew about that. Right. Thank you, Bobby. Now I know what you meant, bud. Phil. Didn't her one glass turn into like a few bottles? I think they found like multiple bottles in the garbage can, to be honest with you. And so that proves, yeah, that she wasn't being truthful by any means. So.
Well, the one thing, I mean, this is the first time I've seen her speak, and she seems relatively, like normal, right? She doesn't seem like something's off there which may help her at trial. I took that away, but the explanation the judge wasn't necessarily buying as a basis to suppress it, so it's coming in. So I want to play for you some moments from that interrogation that the prosecution may want to use and the defense may not want the jury to consider.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
It doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to tell you.
I'm just showing you. I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the other video.
I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like a...
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying
It's not malicious.
then what is that?
What does mean to you?
Well,
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
but
you're the only one laughing.
But I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, 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 I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before, too, where it's just like he thinks that he's woe with me kind of thing, where it's like,
He's never been locked in a suitcase. That's why he couldn't get out. So
it's kind of, I thought it was like crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking? He is begging. And you're the only one laughing.
Okay.
And you're the only one saying derogatory comments, like you're mad.
No. Please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to like feed me. Like,
no, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
Well, I know what.
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
No.
Why don't you remember making the video?
Probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
No. Just because I went upstairs and just because you're drunk doesn't mean that you.
Times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
Okay. My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to. He'll be up here any minute.
But you willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and
My plan was also to leave him in the suitcase.
So why didn't you take him out?
Because I went upstairs and then I fell asleep.
Okay, her defense now is battered spouse syndrome, self-defense. That's
Thanks,
where
brother.
the case is going. That's where the focus of the defense will be. Paulette Lofton, how much of a problem is this 2-hour interrogation, pieces like this? Does it fit with the defense, or does it become a problem for her?
I don't think it fits at all. So I think it's a large problem that those interrogations are going to be played for the jury. It's clear if we believe the facts as she presents them in those interviews, she at least had the upper hand at some point. She had him in a suitcase. He was unable to get out of the suitcase himself. He's begging her for help. And she took it upon herself to not call the police and tell them, I'm finally done taking him back. This is the abuse I've been suffering. She went upstairs and went to sleep. It's clear that she's also making inconsistent statements, whether she was intoxicated or she wasn't intoxicated. I think that interview is really going to hurt her. I agree with you. I think she did present well in that hearing that they had earlier this week, and she seems to be calm and listen to the questions and answer them appropriately. But I think the jury's probably going to give a lot of weight to those interviews in the first hours after she calls 911.
I agree. Ben, the video is so...
The interview here, folks, is something I stated back when we watched this. What's up, Jeffrey? Thank you for joining me, brother. Good to have you here tonight. There is no sadness within her conversation here. There's no empathy whatsoever. She doesn't seem to feel bad at all. She doesn't seem to feel like she did anything wrong. Okay? Like, she's having a conversation like they're talking about flipping wallpaper, you guys. You killed somebody. You're not sad. You're not anything at this point, in my opinion. It blows my mind. Jeff says that they need to put that Sarah woman in her. Yeah, Jeff, I can agree. Yeah, I get it. She's a narcissist, loving the attention, taking this all the way to the end. Agreed. In that video where he's pleading that he couldn't breathe and he pleased her name out to let him out, and she says, I'm recording this to remember, or something. Yeah, she said quite a few things. That yeah, she was a mess, and there was no empathy, there was no remorse, none. All she's worried about in this interrogation video is herself. End of story. Now, I'm not saying that that's abnormal, folks. but that tells me that she, thank you, Molly, that she doesn't care, at least in my opinion.
Powerful.
Thank you,
Because
Molly.
you can hear George Torres suffering. Like any human hears what he's saying. You're like, this is a man obviously in distress. And she's not really acknowledging that. She literally said, he's always like, woe is me. George is dead. I mean, he suffered a horrible death. And afterwards she's saying, oh, he's always going, woe is me. That's a bad look.
Yeah, it's horrific. And just even the visual image of the suitcase and imagining somebody in that tiny area, it must have been torture for him. I think I agree with Paulette. I think it's absolutely damning and completely inconsistent with battered spouse syndrome.
So Bernarda, and one thing that the attorney James Owens has said is, and he said it in court, he said it on the show, is that I think a lot of focus will be about what happened before he got in the suitcase, and then also what happens before the video camera begins recording. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's got to come from her mouth, right? She has to testify in this. I don't see any way to attempt to make a case without her testifying.
Absolutely. So Sarah Boone does plan to present this defense of battered woman syndrome or self-defense. She's going to have to take the stand. So the big issue for her is, number one, is that she gave prior statements. She has the videotape statement. She has.
And I promise you that Sarah wants to take the stand in this as well. Based on what I've seen already, I can almost guarantee you she wants to be up there. Truly. Thank you so much, Daniela, for joining us. Hope to see you back. It's like listening to a child trying one ridiculous explanation or another to prove they're in it. Oh, yeah, it very much is. I agree with that one. I think it would be in Sarah's best defense to look like a battered spouse in front of the jury instead of the beauty contest contestant. Well, she'll never get that winner. Never, ever, Bobby, in my opinion, at least. She can't look like a battered spouse because she's been sitting in prison for 4 years, in jail for 4 years. First off, there is nothing she's dealt with in 4 years. But even back then, I still believe she's the aggressor in this, truly. Thank you, SRB. Anybody that would like to become a member of this awesome community and jump in the sauce with the rest of us, there is a link right there. Thank you so much for that, SRB. Very much.
As a statement from when the officers first encounter her. So she's going to be confronted with both of those statements and then what story she's going to give while on the stand. So if you look at all three of them, right there, you have a lot of inconsistencies. And when you're trying to evaluate credibility, one of the main factors that you look at is are there any inconsistencies? Has she said this story before? Did she first report it when she had the first opportunity? For example, when the officers first came to her, and they're going to find that she did not. I don't think she comes off also as likable. And also, one thing that does work in her favor, though, Vinny, is that the prosecutors don't have exactly what happened beforehand. The only two people that can say what happened beforehand is Sarah Boone and the person who is dead. And now that person's dead, so they can't speak.
Paulette, the expert really has to, a defense expert has to explain to the jury all of her behavior afterwards, right? That's the only way to try to reconcile it, because I think if regular folks who haven't studied this syndrome and don't know anything about it will just look at her and then listen to George in the suitcase, and we're gonna believe that this whole thing is made up unless an expert can somehow explain why she would be like she was in the.
That's definitely what she thinks, Exotic. Definitely. I can't say she is, but that's what she thinks for sure.
Video, on the body camera video, and in the interrogation room.
I agree. Battered spouse syndrome is absolutely something that is real and can be proved. So yes, I think this is going to really turn into a.
Here's my thing, okay? And this is an opinion that I have, and nobody has to agree with me, and I don't want to be offensive to anybody when I say this. Working in EMS, I've dealt with a lot of domestic violence issues. I've seen them. I've taken them to the hospital, okay? I can remember one in particular, and I'm not saying every person has the same reaction to these situations, but this is just an example of something. A place that we went to on a regular basis, that I was constantly transporting this woman to the hospital, whose husband was beating on her weekly. It was weekly, folks. It was a very sad situation, disgusting. It made me sick to even look at him. And he stayed out of jail a lot. That's a whole other story. But thank you, Miss Sherry, very much. And thank you to anybody that should choose to donate to the channel and support us in that form. We don't ever expect you guys to do that, but it does definitely help me to run this channel and everything with it. And it is so very much appreciated. But thank you very much, Miss Sherry, and anybody that does choose to do that. Back to what I was saying. This woman that we would take was very shy, per se, for lack of better terminology. She cowered a lot. She was very, like, defensive, always, like, very jumpy. Sarah doesn't come off that way to me at all. She's very in control. She's very domineering, acting. She's very out there. And I'm not saying that doesn't make her a battered person. What I'm saying is I've seen this before more than once, okay, of somebody that I would imagine truly has battered spouse syndrome. They don't act like her, okay? They just don't. And I'm not saying she doesn't have it, guys. I'm saying that I have doubts about it. She doesn't present fear. She doesn't present in a timid way or anything. She doesn't. Yeah, Molly, thank you. There you go. Timid, hand shy, none of that. She doesn't come off that way to me at all. And I struggle with believing that she has that. Okay. Only because of that. And again, I know for a fact that Jorge has been abusive towards her. My only issue with it was he doing it in defense of himself against her? Or was he the aggressor? Was she the aggressor? And we've heard stories about her being the aggressor in her previous relationship. We all know that she's twice his size, okay? She's definitely a narcissistic person. She's a manipulator. And she's very entitled and very spoiled. Why or how? I have no idea. It doesn't make no sense to me. I don't know why she thinks she's so entitled. And why she deserves what she thinks she deserves, because I don't know why she thinks she's so special. She's an aggressor. She's a manipulator, sorry. A narcissist. All of these things. It floats right on top, in my opinion, of an aggressor. And if anything, to be honest with you, sadly, he's not with us anymore. But if Jorge was here, I would wonder if he would present the way that I expect to see her presenting. Because men can be, and men can have battered spouse syndrome too. They have. They do. They will. Okay? I truly feel that same way, Alicia. I truly feel like this man was defending himself in a lot of ways. I don't know. I wasn't there, and I'm not going to demean her statements, but based on what we see publicly, personally from her, I'm not a stupid person. I'm not the smartest person on the planet, but I am not a stupid person. I've seen things like this. My mother, okay? My mother was abused when I was a child in multiple relationships. And I know how my mother acted. She doesn't act that way now because she pulled away, is in a good relationship, and became stronger. But this here was a toxic relationship for both sides, in my opinion. But I still feel that Sarah very much is an aggressor. That she's an alcoholic for one, and a very angry one for whatever reasons. No, they arrested them both, Sherry. They just showed that. They were both arrested for the same thing. That's what I'm saying, Bobby. At the time of his death, and he was 103 pounds and intoxicated. What was he threatening her with? I don't know. Was he gonna? It doesn't make sense. None of it does. Truly. True abuse, in my opinion, is dad comes home with wife and kids, walk on eggshells, trying not to say something wrong. Agreed. She seems like that person to me, that you can't say certain things around or she's going to snap out on you or two. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, folks, these are my observations. They don't mean anything. They're just mine. So,
battle of the experts. The experts will be able to explain to the jury that her behavior is either common or not common with someone who is actually suffering from the syndrome, and why she may not act like you would think you would act in a similar situation. So it is something that is possible. It is something that is proven to juries. But I think those videos are really going to come back to haunt her. And I think whatever the expert says, I think the jury is going to put a lot of weight in those first interviews that she did.
Big thank you, Paulette Lofton, Bernardo Villalona, Ben Chu. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend. When we come back, I will reveal something else you need.
Molly says she has that high and mighty, I'm better than anyone. How dare you say no to me or go against anything I say or want vibe. She does. And that's something else, is a lot of women and or men that have battered spouse syndrome very sadly have very low, very, very low self-confidence issues. Okay. And they do not believe they're important, that they're anybody. Okay. And they don't expect anything from anyone. If anything, they're the opposite of that because they've been beat down. And their mindset is that they are nothing. They're worthless. Okay. This woman doesn't present that way. This woman presents the exact opposite of that she is the only important person in the situation, the most important person in the situation, and nobody else around her is important but her. That is not somebody, in my opinion, that has low self-confidence issues. Again, just an observation. It's a good statement, Molly. Good statement. I don't know. I don't know. No, she doesn't cower whatsoever. She's in your face constantly. She has no fear of people. She has no fear of situational issues. She doesn't, or situations. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't. She's right there. I want to know. I need to know. I want to know. There was no cowering. There was no intimidation factor with the detectives when they interrogated her. None of that. And good point, Moon Lover. She was very bullying towards her attorneys. And Brian, also her ex-husband, also stated that he believed, or that he was bullied in a sense by her. And that's a big dude. Okay? I don't get that. Like, I could see her like a spider monkey jumping on this guy because he's so big. It just doesn't fit, guys. The glove does not fit with this defense, not at all. Yeah, she seems to have a hatred towards men in some senses, and you got to wonder why. Who knows? Who knows what she went through in her life, okay? But she seemed pretty, when she was on her little TV show, she seemed okay. I think she was spoiled as a child. Always got what she wanted, in my opinion. And hates her life. And it sounds to me, based on what the ex said, her child's father, she never had her son because she was too worried about not being able to get up in the morning because she was going to go partying. She was always going out and doing this and that. You have a child. That didn't seem to matter. It would be very interesting to know her past, Mikey. I got to agree. But at the same time, she just comes off to me like a spoiled brat that always got her way. Maybe an only child. I don't know if she has siblings or not, but she comes off as an only child, always got her way. She was the princess of the house, that kind of stuff. These are just my own personal observational opinions. That doesn't mean they're true by any means. Even in the relationship she's been in, she seems like it has to be her way or no way. There's the narcissistic side to her. There's the manipulative side to her. There's a lot of different things about this woman that I've seen that maybe that, going back to what I said, Phil, maybe that's why it's very hard for me to feel the innocent till proven guilty side of this with her. And not to mention the video we saw. There's a lot of different things with this. Anybody ever watched Stacey Castor Black Widow? Best cross-exam by a prosecutor I've ever seen. I've not, but I've actually heard about that, I think. So Who do you know that would have the nerve to send all those letters to the judge, not afraid of anything? Somebody that was never told no, Sherry? Because we all see how Sarah acts when she's told no. It's not good. Not good at all. Sarah throws adult-sized child temper tantrums is what she does. And I don't think Sarah was ever told no as a child. And I think when she was told no in her relationships, that she would flip out and go at people. And I think Sarah expected, maybe she came from money, you know, her parents growing up. And when she left home and got into these relationships, they weren't as great as her life was growing up, maybe substandard to her. And she expected more. And in turn, takes those out on people. These are, again, just observations, just my opinion. Possessive, controlling, jealous, having unrealistic expectations, manipulation, bing, bang, boom. Thank you, Molly. Exactly. Where is my doodle? I don't see her anywhere in here. Where's she at? Doodle. Doodle, 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 doodle. She might be busy with Preston. It's okay. Either way. It does. That's a good point, Mystery. Making ads for attorneys, writing books to the judge. She has to be in the limelight. Yes. Thank you. The princess. The princess. Just saying.
To know, plus coming up next hour. Tonight on Vinnie Politan Investigates, a wife and mother is stabbed to death and a man responding to a BDSM ad is shot and killed. What is going on in Virginia? Tonight, we investigate the off.
Your own words and in as much detail as you can.
You need to know tonight. Let's look at the big board. Husband need to know children. $1 million home. Jennifer also. This is Devin Steen, just 16 years old.
Okay, so that's that with the sorry, I just wanted to double check to make sure there was nothing else in there. Yes, of course. Of course. And yes, very stupid not to take the deal. That shows right there. I'm going to get my way. I'm going to win. You're not. Because I know I'm right. You're not. That's what this is right here, you know? It was the stupidest, dumbest thing that this woman could have done. In turn, tells me that she's not worried about having a relationship with her child. Otherwise, she'd have jumped all over that plea deal to have some form of relationship with this child. That doesn't seem to matter to her. What matters to her is proving that she was right about something. That's, you know, that's it. It's a sad thing, but it's factual in my opinion. Yeah, that's a whole different story, Molly. We'll probably end up looking into it, to be honest with you. Just saying, everybody. Just saying. All right, let's see what we got here. Thank you, Mikey, bro. I appreciate it again. Yeah, something unexpected has happened. It has been recorded in our system. Blah 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 blah. Wait a minute. Did I do something wrong here? Hold on a minute. One moment, guys. Let me see here. Yeah, I think this might be it here. I might be wrong. If not, I'll pull the right one, but still. You're good, Mikey. You're good. Okay, so this was the motion in limine to exclude battered spouse syndrome evidence, exclude mention of battered spouse syndrome evidence until the defendant testifies to a justifiable use of deadly force. The defendant has filed a notice and an amended notice of her intent to rely on the battered spouse syndrome evidence in this case. Battered spouse syndrome is not actually a defense to a crime. The introduction of battered spouse syndrome evidence to support a self-defense theory is not for the purpose of justifying a defendant's misperception of reality or to, oh, you guys probably can't see this. I'm sorry. Try it now. Or to explain why an unreasonable belief was nonetheless justifiable due to her condition. Rather, the Florida Supreme Court has sanctioned the use of battered spouse syndrome to show why the defendant's actions were reasonable, to show in spite of reasonable perception of danger from the battering spouse, the battered defendant would remain in the home with her batterer, where she may resort to an exertion of force against him to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm. Case law. Okay, good stuff, Bobby. Thank you, bro. Case law, Quendo versus State, 357 SO 3D 214, Florida 2nd District Court. Review granted. Quendo versus State, 2023, Florida, October 30th of 2023. See Wyan versus State. Okay. So the facts are on this. Number 3, that the defendant has presented several accounts of what happened on February 23rd, 2020. She made a 911 call at approximately 1 p.m. on February 24th of 2020. She spoke to patrol deputy on body worn camera shortly thereafter. Provided a statement to detectives a few hours later on February 24th of 2020, and provided a second statement to detectives on February 25th of 2020. The defendant retained Dr. Julie Harper as one of her battered spouse syndrome experts in 2020. Over the course of the next several years, Dr. Harper interviewed the defendant about the events of February 23rd of 2020 multiple times. Exhibit A at the hearing on this motion will be Dr. Harper's deposition. That's the one. Dr. Julie Harper, thank you. Thanks for pointing this out too, Bobby. I appreciate it, bud. Phil. Dr. Harper interviewed the defendant about the events of 23 months. It was taken on October 1st of 2024. The state would direct the court to pages 35, 37, 39, 41, 42, 44, 47, 50, 52, 54, 56, 66, 67, 80, 81, and 95 of Dr. Harper's deposition for the defendant's statement about February 23rd of 2020. The state retained Dr. Tanya Werner as its battered spouse syndrome expert. Dr. Werner evaluated the defendant on October 2nd of 24, and Dr. Werner was deposed on October 4th. Exhibit B at the hearing on this motion will be Dr. Werner's deposition. Let's see. Free Sarah, get out of here, Stevie. I know you don't believe that. Whatever. For the defendant's statements about February 23rd of 2020, the state is not asking not asking the court to make any credibility determinations about the defendant's statement to the doctors. That would be for the jury to do in the full context of a cross-examination with the defendant's statements to law enforcement. What the state is asserting is that as a matter of law, what the defendant told the doctors does not entitle her to a self-defense instruction, nor does it entitle her to introduce evidence of prior instances of violence, reputation, evidence of the decedent's violence, or battered spouse syndrome evidence to help the jury understand why what she did was objectively reasonable. The defendant told the doctors that because of past violence between her and the decedent, that she had a generalized fear every day that the decedent would cause her serious bodily harm or kill her. However, on this particular day, the decedent did not take an overt action, even in the slightest, that made her believe he would cause her serious bodily harm or death. According to the defendant, when she and the decedent woke up, the decedent, according to the defendant, when woke up, the decedent wanted to drink alcohol. She did not. So in order to distract the decedent, she suggested, and I find that hard to believe, but okay. She suggested that they instead clean the defendant's townhome, which they did. At the conclusion of cleaning, the decedent still wished to consume alcohol. So the two of them began consuming alcohol. The defendant did not want to consume alcohol, but she did so to placate the decedent. I'm sure that he had to twist her arm. Again, there has been testimony put out that she has a drinking problem and has for quite a while, folks. So remember that. The alcohol that they consumed was a Chardonnay bottled by Woodbridge. In order to prevent the decedent from becoming sad or upset, she kept him diverted by smoking cigarettes with him, drinking, enjoying each other's company, perhaps using the dartboard on her porch, and doing arts and crafts and puzzles. Although it apparently would upset the decedent, the defendant suggests he call his daughter, who did not like talking to him. What? When he was drinking, okay. Or that he call his brother to tell his brother that the decedent had dragged the defendant down the stairs the night before. Having done these playful activities for numerous hours, there came a point where the defendant and decedent were sitting on her couch in the downstairs living room, and the decedent tagged her and said, "You're it." From past games of hide and seek, the defendant understood this to mean that he wanted to play hide and seek. He begrudgingly engaged in this game, as with everything else, to placate the decedent. I agree with that one, Exotic. And let's see, Phil says, I don't think there's much about Sarah Boone I haven't followed. She's guilty, that's clear. Of what remains to be proven. 15 years is a sweetheart deal. She wouldn't get from me. Agreed. So she ran up to the shower after becoming cold and perhaps some misunderstanding. Wait, what? She begrudgingly engaged in this game, as with everything else, to placate the decedent. So, and she does do that a lot, and I remember her stating that a lot. Everything she did to make him happy, she says. Okay? None of this was about her, according to it. But again, that's hard to believe, seeing how she has acted about everything. So, moving on. Number 16, she ran up to the shower. After becoming cold and perhaps some misunderstanding about the rules of hide and seek, she left the shower upstairs and returned downstairs to find the decedent placing himself in a suitcase to hide. At the time of his death, the decedent was of only about 103 pounds and had a blood alcohol level of 0.138. The defendant saw him doing this and decided to zip the suitcase shut while the decedent was inside. They were both laughing. There was still no animus between them on this day. The defendant states that she did not zip it completely shut. The decedent was able to poke a couple fingertips through the gap left by the zipper. And then the decedent said he could not breathe. The decedent obviously got mad about not being able to breathe. Most people would. The decedent's getting mad made the defendant get mad. This reminded her of the past violence and the decedent committed against her, causing her to be unable to breathe at those times. This made her angry. The defendant shook the suitcase. She lost control and the suitcase flipped. She hit the decedent's fingertips with the wooden baseball bat that was in the room. Bingo. Now, after having committed which tells me that if she did that, he probably pulled, if his fingers were sticking out at some point, that he pulled them in to avoid getting them hit. In turn, she obviously completely zipped the zipper at that point, so he could no longer stick his fingers out. Okay? That's something she's not saying. So, now, after having committed the independent forcible felonies of aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and the non-forcible felony of false imprisonment, the defendant believed the decedent would kill her. Despite believing the decedent would kill her, the defendant flipped the suitcase over so it was right side up, and she believed the decedent would be able to let himself out. The decedent's specific intent was for the decedent to feel like what it was like for her to choke and not be able to breathe. She intended for him to feel this for 2 minutes, premeditation, and believed that he would let himself out. And when what happened if she died? Wait. She intended for him to feel this for 2 minutes and believed that he would let himself out, period. And when that happened, if she died, she died. Bullshit. Okay. She did not intend to kill him. We know this. She said that so many times. And she did not believe that leaving the decedent in the predicament she placed him in would kill him. His death was an accident. I thought this was self-defense, though. Okay, so the legal analysis of this, number 23, battered spouse syndrome evidence is inadmissible if the defense is an accident. Bingo. Like I said. Rather than self-defense, case law, Wagner versus State 240 SO 3D 795, Florida 1st District Court, 2017. The defendant's testimony that she intentionally zipped the suitcase out of levity and while kidding around with the decedent during a friendly game of hide and seek. Then, when the decedent when the decedent informed her that he could not breathe, she intentionally decided out of anger to make him feel like he's trapped in there for a couple of minutes, while she beat and shook the suitcase and hit his hand with a baseball bat. This is aggravated assault, aggravated battery, false imprisonment. All three, yes. She stated that she flipped the suitcase right side up and saw that the decedent could get 2 fingertips through an opening, and she went upstairs to bed, believing that he would be able to get out in a couple minutes. She had no intention to kill him, no intention to leave him trapped inside the suitcase. And she did not even comprehend that he could die from this. Yeah, I'm sure. The defendant is thus still saying that the decedent's death was an accident, and she is not entitled to an instruction on self-defense or to supplant self-defense case with reputation evidence, specific instances of past violence, or battered spouse syndrome evidence. Again, case law, Landsberg State 263. The defendant's statement that she perpetually lived in a state of fear of the decedent is not sufficient to allow for self-defense instruction, and all of the ancillary evidence of reputation testimony, specific acts of past violence, or battered spouse syndrome testimony. I don't believe that was true anyway. However, before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. Holland versus State. Case law again. I'm not going to read all those to you guys. Hold on. Victim hit defendant with a 2-inch wide, 4-foot-long stick in the hand, causing only minor injuries, which is why when I was reading the autopsy to you, his knuckles, there was some bruising and stuff on his knuckles. That's why, okay? Are you guys still here, I hope? Anyway, causing only minor injuries did not justify defendant's use of deadly force. Comparing the facts of those cases, it is clear that there was not even the slightest overt act by the decedent in this case. prior to the defendant committing aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and false imprisonment, there was no imminent threat from the decedent. You can't just attack somebody as they walk into their front door and slash their throat with a knife because 2 days prior, they sent you a threatening text message. Very true. If this evidence is improperly admitted, it would be a departure from the essential requirements of the law, which would result in irreparable harm that cannot be corrected by a post-judgment appeal. The state acknowledges that the defendant is entitled to change her story yet again. So if the court does not exclude this evidence now, the defendant should be barred from mentioning battered spouse syndrome evidence until the defendant testifies to something that is a justifiable use of deadly force, which she cannot do at this point. She definitely cannot do that, okay? Evidence properly excluded until defendant testifies when that's the only source of information for the defense. So she can't go change her story now, guys, because we saw what went down. There's no way she's going to be able to come back in here and change it up to another defense because this is not accepted because she feels like it. You can't keep changing your story. She can do that, but it's not going to be believable. Do you see what I'm saying? We already know what went down. You can't go turn this around and say that he beat her up that night, that he was being mean, he was doing this, he was doing that, when she already said that he wasn't. That would have made more sense. She didn't think it through enough to be able to use that as her narrative for this whole thing. That's where the problem lies. This is where the stupidity comes into play. If she was going to try to get away with this, she should have done it that way, but she didn't. So that's what I'm saying. Excuse me. That's the only source of information for the defense, and again, case law there. Not improper to exclude expert testimony until the facts are in evidence. Again, case law. The defense is accident rather than not available if the defense. I'm sorry. Once again, BSS not available if the defense is an accident rather than self-defense. This is certified copy hereof and furnished to James Sylvan Owens. Blah blah blah. Signed. Boom. That's the end of it, guys. That's it. So because this has not been accepted, basically, she cannot go now and try to change this up and say, well, I was wrong. He was in a bad mood. He was being mean. He was threatening to do this. He was going to do that, because she already claimed and told all of us that they were having a great day. Everything was fine. They were getting along. They were having fun together, all this. And then all of a sudden now it's self-defense and you're a battered spouse. It doesn't work that way. That's where she made her mistake, in my opinion. Everybody sees that for what it is. Now she's reaching for an excuse for screwing up what she did and being vengeful and taking this man's life. So, on or about the time of the incident, she said that they had a great day. Thank you very much. That's what I'm saying, Sherry. That's exactly what I'm saying. And it says that he placed himself in the suitcase. She zipped it up. She sealed it, okay? So there's that too. That's going to be grabbed. I promise you they're going to use that. Let me see here. What the hell? State's request for a protective order. For what? What? Wait a minute. That's kind of funny. Oh, 100%. They definitely will be used against her. That's a fact, Phil. I agree. So this was put out October 4th. Order granting the state's request for a protective order. This cause came before the court on October 2nd on the state's request for a protective order e-filed. The court, having reviewed the request, having reviewed court file, having considered arguments offered by counsel for state, and having considered arguments offered by counsel for defendant, hereby Orders in the judges as follows. There are other legal avenues to present the evidence that are available to the defendant that do not infringe on work product. Hereby certify the foregoing was filed with the clerk on the 4th of October, blah, 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 blah. A copy of the foregoing is served on this day to all attorneys, interested parties identified on the ePortal electronic service list. State of Florida. State Attorney for the 9th Judicial Circuit, Florida. Okay. Sarah Boone, care of James Sullivan, Tony Leon Henderson, Kevin Timothy Beck. These are her other attorneys, I think. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Hey, Ma Siggy. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. And today, hopefully, we were hoping to get, jury selection done through today, and the trial was going to start. But because of the hurricane, we know how that goes. So that's that, you guys. That's what's going on with Miss Boone in her craziness. It's about the past. That's what I thought. Yeah, there's been a basically to state it in layman's terms, there's been a request for a protection order for the other attorneys that were fired for harassment, I guess. I don't know. Is it too late to go with the schizophrenic ventriloquist on acid? Bill, I'm surprised she didn't try to do that. The DA that didn't press charges on Jorge. Gotcha. I gotcha. That makes sense, Miss Sherry. Thank you. Either way, you guys. Wow. This is going to be interesting, to say the least. I'll say that much. I have a feeling that she's going to be quite entertaining throughout this as well, sadly. And I hope that in some sense, there's justice for George or Jorge. I keep doing that. I'm sorry. I really do. Really, really do. 1 second. Sorry, I'm muted, guys. Sorry, I didn't mean to mute myself again. But again, yeah, she's definitely out there, Siggy, for real. Good point, Mikey. She's in puppet master mode. So, to carry on, in the title, I put up a Jen Soto. I just wrote in there. And again, thank you, Doodle, very much. And thank you to anybody that does choose to donate to the channel to support us in that sense via Cash App. It is so very much appreciated, guys. We don't expect you to do it by any means. Don't think we do, but we do appreciate it very much. Very, very much. But like I said, in the title, I put Jen Soto's name in an update. Vinny did a whole thing about, it's called The Case Against Jen Soto. I thought it would be interesting for us to kind of go over that as an update to what's going on with Jen Soto, possibly. It's what everybody thinks on that scenario and what he thinks on this, because I like Vinny a lot, if you haven't been able to tell that. Bobby says that the defense was issuing subpoenas to the DA and others regarding their prior cases that were dismissed after Sarah refused to press charges. Right. There you go. Thank you for that, Bobby, very much. It's called Jorge, but she all called him. Yeah. No, yeah, that's his name. Absolutely. I try to be respectful to him by calling him by his real name. So we're going to check this out here too as part of tonight's show, because I think it's a lot of people are really, really aggravated in some senses and curious as to what's going on with Madeline's mother and why there's been no charges, why there's been no anything, truly, me included. I'm curious, like, what's going on with this. So I thought everybody would be interested in hearing Benny's side as to this, is what he thinks possibly. Hold on a minute here. All right.
From the beginning of the case and the search for Madeline Soto to the investigation into what happened to Madeline Soto, Stephen Stearns has been obvious from the beginning, almost from the get-go, from Jump Street. I mean, my goodness. But the focus has also been on Jen Soto, Madeline's mother. Stearns is facing the most serious potential charges anywhere. His case is now in the wheels of justice turning as slowly as it's going to turn. But let's talk about the case against Jen Soto today. And I want to do this because you've been talking about it. Everyone's been talking about it. And people are asking question after question after question. I'm a former prosecutor. I'm Vinny Politan, lead anchor for Court TV. So I'm going to take some time during the course of this live stream to talk about the case against Jen Soto. I'll talk about what is actually happening and then what could happen in the case against her. What's the law? What are the facts? What is the evidence? What does a prosecutor think? How does a prosecutor proceed in all of this? So that's the focus of this show today. Also, have to acknowledge the folks down in Tampa, the Tampa area, right? Everything north of Tampa, south of Tampa, and of course, east of Tampa as they prepare for Milton. Our thoughts are with them. I hope they're getting out of Dodge as quickly as possible to get out of harm's way, and hopefully they have a place to go to. So our thoughts are with them today as well. Also need to acknowledge that this is the first simulcast that we are doing. We are simulcasting this stream on my channel, and we are also simulcasting on my Facebook, X, and of course on Twitch, but also on the Court TV YouTube channel is now watching. So we've got folks from all over joining our conversation today. Make sure you pop into the chat. Make sure that you subscribe to my channel. The address is right there. It's Vinny Politan 1 with the number 1. Make sure, if you're not subscribed to Court TV, to subscribe to their channel as well today. And make sure you hit the like button so everybody everywhere.
I wholeheartedly agree, Siggy. I do. Siggy says Dago, she fed him to her. Or fed her to him. I know what you're saying. I am highly allergic to this case. Me, Judge, she would end up like him, in my opinion. I understand what you're saying. I do. I truly do. I do too. I love Vinny. I love Vinny a lot. I follow everything that he runs with Court TV. I've disagreed with him in a lot of ways. I still like the way he handles things. So that's why we're always using Vinny and going with what Court TV says, guys. I'm a huge fan and I'm a huge supporter. So if anybody ever wonders, that's why.
Can jump into the live stream and jump into our chat today.
Thank you so very much, Exotic. That's so very, very kind and generous of you. $10 super chat. Thank you. And God bless. We appreciate that so very much. We really do.
You are watching Vinny Live.
Ready, get ready, get set, let's go. It's true crime, streaming live, worldwide.
In the midst of all this. So I wanted to start all of this with this, okay? And this was big news. Shannon Butler, a friend of mine, investigative reporter down in Central Florida, reported this a while ago, and she's been hounding him since the get-go. Police have no plans to charge Jennifer Soto, okay? That is the official word, right? No plans to charge Jen Soto, okay? They've got 2 big trials involving Stephen Stearns coming up, and she is going to be an important witness in all that, okay? There is no doubt she is going to be an important witness in all that. She's in the middle of it. She helps with the timeline, proof of life. She can talk about Stephen. She can talk about the whole situation inside the house, all the bizarre details she can get into. And then they are bizarre. Now, she'll testify with, my understanding is, some form of limited immunity, meaning nothing that she says can be used against her while she's on the stand. Nothing that she says can lead to other evidence to be used against her. So if she says something and then investigators say, oh my goodness, we need to
And I don't quite understand that. I think that's wrong. Hey, Walt, good to see you, buddy. I think that's wrong. They shouldn't. And I don't understand if she did nothing wrong, why that's even out there. That bothers me a bit. I'll just be honest with you. It really does. So, just saying.
To subpoena this or that, you can't. So you can't use any of her testimony or anything that is derived from her testimony. So that's sort of the framework for where we are beginning this, right? So they have no plans to charge Jen Soto. So I'm talking about the case against Jen Soto, which is what can you charge her with? What are the things that are out there? And we'll explore it. So what you have to understand, first of all, as a prosecutor, you look at things in a certain way. You have to evaluate facts and evidence, and then you have to evaluate the law. So you have to understand what the law is. To charge someone, what are the elements of the crime? What do you have to prove if you're going to bring or attempt to bring these charges? What sort of things do you need to prove? So from there, you go back to the facts and the evidence, and you say, okay, based upon what I know, what I can bring inside a courtroom, can I prove these allegations? That's the analysis. Now, it seems simple, but it's not always simple. Because there are lots of ways to prove things, and there are lots of ways to charge conduct in a case. And then you have to look at the mentality of the prosecutor. Do you want to bring a case because you can bring a case, but you don't know if you're going to win? Do you only bring cases that you believe absolutely you can win? Do you succumb to public pressure that she needs to be charged? Do you look at it like she's been through enough already? Do you believe her? Do you, as an investigator, as a prosecutor, as the state's attorney down in Florida, do you believe what she has told you? All this goes into the equation. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go through the law and look at some of the charges, and then we'll also look at some of the evidence. But remember that in criminal cases, it's your state of mind, and your state of mind as to your level of knowledge, your level of intent, your ability to understand what you are doing and what it means and what the results of that will be. Okay. So there's a lot of analysis that goes into this. It's not as simple, oh, okay, she did it, boom, she did it. No, and especially in a case like this and in conduct like this, there's a lot of different ways you can go. And of course, you could start at the bottom and move up, or start at the top and move down with the types of charges and laws and statutes you need to evaluate based upon her conduct. Okay, based upon her conduct and what you can prove. What we do know, though, is at this point, right, if they had evidence that this was two people with equal levels of culpability for what happened to Madeline, she would have been charged already. Understand that if they saw it that way. And I don't think they're necessarily seeing that way. And the other thing that we inevitably come to in this case is, how could she not know? Okay, how could she not know? That's an argument you can make in court, but you can't just make an argument without something to back it up. Okay, so how couldn't she know? It can be very convincing and compelling to a juror, and a juror might go through that same analysis themselves. But before you get to a jury, you have to get your case either through the grand jury and then past the judge. Okay, whether it's pre-trial or in the middle of the trial at the end of your case. You know those little motions that the defense files at the end of a defense case, at the end of a prosecution case that they file? Those are important because a prosecutor needs to get to a certain point that a reasonable jury could in fact find the defendant guilty. But if they don't believe that's the case, then your case is over and you cannot bring it again. So that's why all of this is important analysis, and you have to look at it step by step. So let's start with the law. Why don't we start with the law? There's a bunch of laws that we can look at. So I will start here. What are we going to start with? We'll start with conspiracy. All right. Why do we start with conspiracy? We know Stephen Stearns has been charged with these other very serious cases. So did she conspire with Stephen Stearns? What do you have to prove? What do you need to do to prove a case that Jen conspired with Stephen Stearns, whether it's for the case involving what was found on his phone or for the eventual demise of Madeline Soto?
Welcome, Cheryl. Sorry, guys. Welcome, Cheryl, and thank you so much for that. I do appreciate that very much. I hope you had a wonderful day today, and it's wonderful to have you here now. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you very much.
So what are the elements of conspiracy down in Florida where she's charged? And we'll take a look at it. Okay. To prove, I'll make it a little bigger. Why don't I just do that? Is that better? Like, it's blocked by some of the stuff. I'll go small. To prove criminal conspiracy in Florida, the prosecution must prove two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And don't forget, this is beyond a reasonable doubt. This isn't, yeah, I think so, or yeah, probably, yeah, more likely than not. No, it's beyond any and all reasonable doubt. The defendant intended to commit the crime. So here, did the defendant intend to commit the crime of conspiracy, or the crime involving what was on the phone? Is there proof of Jen Soto doing that? I don't think so. I don't think so. The defendant agreed with, all right, the defendant, let's say the defendant, Stephen Stearns, did he intend to commit the crime? Yes. Did he agree with someone else to commit the crime?
The reason why I'm showing you this, you guys, for those of you that may not understand this real quick, and the reason why he's doing this is there's so many people that are upset as to why Jen hasn't been charged, why they're not looking at her like that, why they said that she probably won't be charged. He's explaining the law and the why they're what they're looking at with the situation as to why that has happened now and why the law is what's preventing this. That's why he's explaining this, and I really appreciated this. So that's how we're going to all understand at some point why they haven't done it. Whether we agree with it or not, this is why.
So is there any evidence of a back and forth agreement between Stephen Stearns and Jen Soto? Where would that come from?
I agree, Phil.
Well, it could come from Stephen Stearns if he wants to testify that, yeah, I did it. I admit I did it, and we agreed to do it because we were making money doing it with the images and videos. Yeah, it was a moneymaker for us. She agreed. Okay. Then your case is predicated upon the testimony of Stephen Stearns, who likely wouldn't do it now, but might do it after he's convicted. Okay. Take that for what it's worth. That's not easy. Conspiracy, you need to show that there was some level of agreement. Okay. So what are the defenses to conspiracy? Because there are defenses to conspiracy. No proof of a prior agreement. So where is the evidence of the prior agreement? The evidence, we have not seen anything written. I don't think there's any digital evidence about text messages, emails, etc. Of this agreement. So I would think the only proof of the agreement.
Welcome, Sussbusters. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very much. Hope you're having a great night too, hon. Thank you for being here.
Would have to come from Stephen Stearns if he was going to testify. Evidence that the defendant withdrew from the conspiracy. So you can be part of a conspiracy. Hey, we're going to rob a bank, and then say, I'm not robbing a bank, guys. I'm not doing it. I'm out. Just I'm done with this site, and I'm not taking any steps, and you leave it. So you'd have to show some actual evidence that you actually withdrew from it. The state's evidence only shows the defendant was present at the crime scene. And that's what we have here, right? Because she's there. Okay, there's evidence that Jen Soto is there in the morning. She's there at night. Maybe they can put her inside the home at the time that the videos and the images are being recorded. But if that's all you have is evidence that she was there, that does not make her a conspirator. The lack of evidence that
I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with both of you on that. And I do believe that he explains some of that here, but it still doesn't make sense. It's still wrong to me, but yeah, this is very interesting and it's really informative, guys. It really is. So, but yes, both Bobby and Phil, I agree with you 1,001% on this. I do.
The conspirators intended to commit the same crime. I don't think that's really the case here. But as you can see, my analysis of conspiracy right now, based upon what we know and what we've seen, the only place where you're getting agreement is if Stephen Stearns was going to admit to the crimes and then say, oh yeah, she was in on it. I think the closest we've come in any of this was the jailhouse. I don't know if it was a text message, email, or phone call. It was a jailhouse communication that Stearns had with his mother, and his mother said, "Oh, she's involved. She's involved. She's involved." They have subsequently in the interview said that he's the only one in on this. So I don't think they have any independent knowledge. Maybe it was a hope, but at a minimum, it seems that the mother has sort of retracted there because both parents, you hope you saw the interview on Hidden True Crime with the parents of Stephen Stearns, who are saying, we believe our son is guilty and he alone is the one who's guilty. That's what they are saying now. And that's the only other place where we heard evidence. So I thought maybe that was a place where evidence existed. Maybe they saw or heard or knew something, but I don't think they did. I don't think they did. All right. So that gets us to the next thing. And I think this has been one of the more popular ones, accessory after the fact. What is that? What does that mean in Florida? Accessory after the fact. Okay. I'll try to make this, maybe I'll make this one bigger. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. The prosecutor to obtain a conviction for charge of accessory after the fact, they must show felony was committed by the person being assisted. Okay. We've got that. Stephen Stern's committing these felonies. We can do that. The defendant knew the person they were aiding had either committed a felony, was charged with a felony, or was convicted of a felony. Okay. You'd have to prove that she had knowledge that he had committed these offenses, whether it's what's on the phone or the ultimate demise of Madeline. All right. Did she know? So then you go back to her interview, and we're going to take a look at pieces of the interview in a second as part of our analysis of the facts. But you'd have to be able to prove that she knew, like she admitted that she knew. Someone else can testify, oh yeah, she knew. She told me that she knew that this was going on. Does that evidence exist? I don't think it does. I don't think it does, but that's what you would need. Some evidence that she knew that Stephen Stearns had been doing this and did do this. There is one statement that she made that is close to getting there, and we'll talk about that coming up. After the felony was committed, defendant maintained or assisted the principal offender or someone who was an accessory before the fact or gave the offender any kind of aid. Was she giving any aid? We've seen the interviews now. Initially, it seemed like she was misleading everyone. She may have misled the media. Did she mislead police at all in any of this? Did she give aid to the principal offender? Well, she told his father that he needed to get an attorney once she found out, but that was after police told her or deputies told her what they believe had happened here. So you'd have to have proof that she knew they were aiding someone who had committed the felony. Now, after the felony was committed, defendant maintained or assisted the principal offender or someone accessory before the right. So what kind of aid is she giving? She is supportive of him. She's giving him a place to live. Is she helping to hide anything? Well, he was using her car that night, right? So the night of she's reported missing, he uses her car, and then he, I believe, goes back to the scene and then drives down to his home and perhaps gets a hard drive. So is she aiding him after the fact by allowing him to use her car? And I think she'd have to know that she was aiding. She'd have to know that he was responsible. And it's not just that she knows, you have to prove that she knows. So her denying it, do you prove it by her denial not being a good denial or not a believable denial? I don't know if that gets past the judge, honestly. I don't know if a judge lets the jury make that decision. A jury might find that, but you got to get to the jury. You got to get past the judge. The intention of providing this aid was to help the offender avoid or escape detection, arrest, trial, or punishment. Was that her intent in giving him the car, giving him an ability to hide evidence? Were any of her statements that she gave at any point in all of this to investigators, not to WFTV or to Fox 35, but the statement she gave to investigators? That's how you can get her as an accessory after the fact. That's what you need. That's what you need. Again, these are high bars because all of it is beyond a reasonable doubt, number one. And number two, you've got to know that the person you were aided had done it. And the intention of providing the aid was to help this person get away with it. You wanted them to get away with it. That was your intention. The intention of your actions was you knew he did it and you wanted him to get away with it. So you need the evidence that proves those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, you can prove the first one. After that, 2, 3, and 4 get a little more difficult. You need the evidence. You can't go into court and say, well, she should have known. She should have known. That's not this charge. That's not this charge. So that's accessory after the fact. I think I have some more on. See if I have any more on accessory after the fact. Okay, what's this one? I've got to see what I have here. I can't read it under the... Oh, I can't read it there for sure. Let me see. Okay, these are the punishments for accessory after the fact. And they're serious. If the underlying crime was a capital felony, which it was, accessory after the fact will be charged as a first-degree felony. So this is 30 years. So this is like one of the serious ones. Accessory after the fact for a crime of this nature is serious. You're talking about a max of 30 years. So it's like real time. It's a real crime. It's real time. Accessory after the fact down in Florida. So, and I'll pop myself back up here. So how do you prove that? You've got to prove those elements again beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. Okay. Here are some of the defenses. Okay. Here are defenses that if you do charge her, if you're a victim of domestic violence. So if you're a victim of domestic violence, you have a legitimate defense if you're charged with accessory after the fact, even if the underlying crime was one of neglect or violence against a child, which this is. So if she was a victim of Stephen Stearns, I don't know if there's any evidence of that. So I don't think that would be the case. We've seen or heard nothing about that. No duty to report. This is an interesting one. A person doesn't have a duty to report another individual to police just because they suspect or know the other person committed a felony. It's aiding them that is a crime. So simply living with someone known to have committed a felony does not make you an accessory. You see that? That's important, right? So let's say she knew, which you have to prove, right? You have to prove that she knew. But not only that she knew, but then you help him evade prosecution. You take actions, and your intent is to make sure he doesn't get prosecuted. So you have to, again, get inside of her mind and prove what's in her mind, her intention. Just knowing and living with them is not enough. And it's not a crime to simply disavow knowledge or refuse to cooperate. But she seemingly did cooperate. Like from her perspective, she's cooperating. She's talking with investigators. So you see all the issues. It's not so simple. Oh, accessory after the fact. She knew this, do that. No, you've got to now prove that she knew beyond a reasonable doubt, and then prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she intended to aid him. And do you have evidence of her aiding him? First of all, you have to have evidence that she was aiding him and helping him escape detection. And then that was her intent in all of that. It's not easy being a prosecutor, I'm telling you. These things are not simple, and it's on purpose, right? All right. How about abuse charges? Okay. I think a lot of people have come back here and said that seems pretty simple based on some of the evidence in this case. Okay. I'm going to make this one smaller. Hopefully I can see it. No, I can't see it. I'm going to go big. All right. Abuse. Aggravated child abuse is when a person commits aggravated battery, willfully tortures, punishes, cages, willfully abuses a child, great bodily harm. I don't think that's what we're talking about here. I don't think we're talking about aggravated child abuse. But here we go. Now I think we're getting closer to where people are landing on all of this, right? A caregiver's failure or omission to provide a child with the care, supervision, and services necessary to maintain the child's physical and mental health, including but not limited to food, nutrition, clothing, shelter, supervision, medicine, and medical services that a prudent person would consider essential for the well-being of a child. Or, now we get to number 2, that's the one that's relevant here. A caregiver's failure to make a reasonable effort to protect the child from abuse, neglect, or exploitation by another person. Boom. That is the one that I think we are all landing on. That's the one we're
Exactly. Absolutely. Exactly. That's it right there. In a nutshell, that's absolutely it. Are you leaving, Exotic? Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We appreciate you so very much. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Thank you.
landing on. Failure to make a reasonable effort to protect a child. And that's where we point to, what did she know? What did she suspect? What is reasonable? What did she know? What did she suspect? And what is reasonable? This is the big one. To me, this is the one that if you're going to build a case, this is where you may have your best evidence. Failure to make reasonable effort to protect a child from abuse or exploitation, which is exactly.
I'm not 100% sure on that, Bobby. I think you're right. I think I have heard that somewhere. I think I have. I'll have to look into that. Good point, Bobby. But they can't prove it. Maybe Jen knew and tried to finally get this guy out of her life by paying the price of losing her daughter. I don't think so, because she invited him there that weekend, Siggy. She literally invited him there to be there with them for that weekend. So I don't know. I don't know. It does sound familiar, Bobby. I agree with Phil too. I'd be willing to bet that a forensic audit of all the people's adults' phones and emails would produce provable knowledge. I can agree with that too, Phil. Welcome back, Cassie. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I would agree with that too, Phil. I truly do.
exactly what happened
Sorry to
in this
interrupt.
case. She did not make an effort, and the question is it reasonable? Let's see what's next. Okay. Now, there's another theory under Florida law for what we're talking about here. Let me take myself out so you can see it. A person's guilty of the use of a child in a performance if, knowing the character and content thereof, he or she employs, authorizes, or induces a child to engage in the performance, or being a parent, consents to the participation in the performance. This is second degree. This is very serious. Okay? Induces, or being a parent, consents to participation. Do they have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that she consented to her daughter's participation in everything that was found on the phone? That is an important statute relative to what we're talking about here. Now, this isn't just like not being reasonable or taking reasonable precaution. This is a step further. This is where I am consenting to it. And it seems like it's close to being a co-conspirator in all of this, right? If you're actively consenting, saying, yes, go ahead. How do you prove consent? How do you prove consent? The images themselves aren't proving it because she's not in them. What we've heard about the images is that there's no third party associated with it. There's no one else taking the photo. There's no one else in the photos. There's no third person. That would be a way to prove consent. Like if you saw her hand, her arm, her reflection in one of the images, but it's not there. So you can't prove consent that way. How are you going to prove it? Did Maddie say anything to anyone about this? That's how you could potentially prove it. Did she write it in a diary? Is there any communication between Stefan and Jen? Again, you've got to prove this stuff. That's what you need. I'm a prosecutor. That's what I'm looking for. Show me that evidence. Please show me that evidence so I can charge her under a second degree. Okay. So this shows the different degrees of negligence. Right? A person who willfully or by culpable negligence neglects a child and doing so causes great bodily harm, commits a felony of the second degree. So you can get to second degree under all of this. You absolutely could. If it's willful or culpable negligence, like so bad. And the negligent act would be sending them to be together, allowing them to spend nights together. And I think that might be one area where you have a road to a case. I'm a prosecutor. It's not the strongest case. I'm just warning you ahead of time before we start going through some of the facts here. But I think this is the area where you're landing. I don't think you're getting, I don't think you're getting into those other areas because the burden is too great. The proof is not there. Based upon what we know, what we have now, I think there are places where we can go. There are places.
No, see, you're right. Please, I like seeing and hearing your guys' thoughts and feelings on this because that's why we're going through this. This tells us and explains us certain things, but we still wonder. I still wonder how.
Where you can go. They're not going to go though before his trial, which brings us to another big issue here, another huge issue, which are the statute of limitations. What are they for all of these charges? When would they have to bring them? When is the trial going to be? Because presumably you want to, if you're going to charge her, you charge her like there may or may not do in the Adelson case, the Dan Markel case in Florida. You might do at the end. First, you get Stephen Stearns, strong case against him, and then, okay, let's reevaluate what we have here. We can't use any of her testimony. We can't use anything that's derived from her testimony. But what do we have to prove any sort of charge against Jen Soto? Or do they move on? Sometimes it's a sort of a moral decision made by a prosecutor's office in that she's been through enough. Do we really want to go after her? Do we really think that, she was in on this? Or we do think she was in on this. We do think she didn't protect her child. Let's see what we can charge her with. Those are the two different mindsets. And only the head honcho is going to be able to determine that. And, these are elected positions in Florida. So depending upon public sentiment, sometimes that can skew a way a prosecutor looks at something. Might make them a little more aggressive in this case. If after Stephen Stearns' trial, the public sentiment is, why didn't the mother get charged? Why didn't she get charged? Well, I'm going to go through some of the facts now that you may be able to use. Just want to remind everyone, let me jump back on the screen here, that we are live streaming on my YouTube channel, but we're simulcasting on the Court TV YouTube channel today. Great to have all those folks aboard. Great to see you. Thanks for joining. Folks from my YouTube channel, make sure that you are subscribed to the Court TV channel. And folks on the Court TV channel, make sure.
No. I want all of you to voice your feelings on this. That's the whole point, guys. You have that right, especially here. I want to see your feelings and thoughts and everybody. But I know people are aggravated, guys, and that's the best way to get that out, by venting it through here. So please do. Siggy, you're fine. You and Mike, your guys are fine. However you feel on this. And yes, Bill, Harmony Montgomery's mother plea ring a bell. Yes, it does. I do agree. And thank you, Doodle, for the cake. Passing out cake to everybody.
Make sure that you are subscribed on my channel. On YouTube, I am known as Vinnypolitan1. Vinnypolitan1. So there you have it. We'll get to your comments shortly. What I generally do in my live streams, this one's going a little longer because it's a little bit of analysis, is I give you my spiel, and then I go into the chat room and see what's on your mind and try to react to your comments and your questions and your theories, etc. So that's how it's going to work. So let's start with what I would say the most incriminating statement I've heard from Jen Soto.
Told him that my biggest fear is that this would turn into a Woody Allen situation where the stepdaughter or the dad grooms the child and the child then turns 18 and ends up running away with him. I told him like that was my biggest fear and I don't ever want that happening. Like, you can't do that to me. Like,
why would you say that to him?
Okay. This is the most incriminating statement that I've heard from Jen Soto when it comes to state of mind knowledge. Like, from this, it's like the Woody Allen situation. For those of you who don't know the Woody Allen situation, I think you all do. Woody Allen was on again, off again, boyfriend, girlfriend with Mia Farrow. I don't know if they were married. I don't think they were ever married. They may have been. I don't know. But they were sort of on again, off again relationship. Mia Farrow adopts Soon Yi. Woody Allen ends up with Soon Yi. Like, there was a big controversy when it all happened, but I think they're like together and still together today. But that was a case where like Woody Allen's with Mia Farrow, and then he ends up with Mia Farrow's daughter. And that's what she feared. So that would give me some sense that she had some sense that that this was a possibility. I didn't want this to happen. She was cognizant. She wasn't oblivious that someone might want to do that to her daughter. And she specifically told him, I don't want you to do it. I don't want this to be that. Does that mean she knew that something was going on? It's a great piece of evidence, I think, on top of another piece of evidence that I don't think exists. Could this statement be the foundation for a case?
I appreciate you probably more.
I don't think it is.
So very much.
I don't think it's the foundation. I think it's a big piece.
Bobby says, I personally feel there should be no statute of limitations in regards to a crime against a child. Amen to that one, Bobby. I absolutely agree with you. That child's life is permanently scarred, and the defender should not be allowed to skate. Agreed. Yeah. Should not be allowed to skate. Absolutely. I do agree. Anybody or anyone or anything that offends a child, period, there should never be a statute of limitations stated on that. That's a child that will be permanently scarred, period. That's a great point, Bobby. I appreciate that very much.
It's on top of the foundation that the jury will eat alive. But I don't know if this alone is enough to prove her state of knowledge. Like, I knew this could be a problem. Because she's going to say that on the one hand, but then on the other hand, she's going to say, well, I didn't think there was anything going on. Like, I knew that this could be a problem. I didn't want this to be a problem. I'm not, I'm a good mom. I don't have my eyes shut on all of this. I know this is a possibility. I know the story of Woody Allen and Soon Yi. So, does that mean she knows it's actually going on? But it's crazy, though. For you to actively have that fear, like, this is the part I don't understand. Like, you actually, like, in your mind,
what gave you that fear to begin with? That's my point. That's my point right there. What made you think of that? That I want to know. Where did that thought come from, Jen? What gave you the ideal to think that thought to begin with about Woody Allen's scenario? Don't tell me you were driving down the road one day and it just popped into your head out of nowhere. Everything has a reaction. Every action has a reaction. Every thought has a reactive thought. Okay? Where did this come from? That's the problem I have with that statement. She very clearly made that statement that that's always been her biggest fear. Those were her words. Why? What made that come to your mind? What made you fear that, Jen? That's the problem with that statement that I have a big, big problem with. It's possible, Siggy. It's possible. There's something not right about her, I'll tell you that much, and there's definitely something dark. Oh, shit. It's 11:22, folks. We'll be right back. Sorry, everybody. 11:22 every night never fails.
From the beginning, you absolutely could. Could this statement be the foundation for a case?
Sorry about that.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it's the foundation. I think it's a big piece on top of the foundation that the jury will eat alive. But I don't know if this alone is enough to prove her state of knowledge. Like, I knew this could be a problem because she's going to say that on.
I'm sorry, Mikey. What'd you say? Can I rewind you? Where do you want me to go to, bub? Yeah, Orange County. I'll remind you. Yes, Orange County, I believe. Yes, sir. I do believe so. Wait. I think so. I'll have to check, Mike. Just double check, but I think so. Yes. Okay, so I didn't file this case for a reason very triggering, but her mom just say what I think she said about having a fear of Woody. Yeah, she absolutely, that did happen, Madhari. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. And she made that statement clearly in an interview with law enforcement. I believe it. No, yeah, that was always one of her biggest fears. That the whole Woody Allen situation about the stepfather and the daughter getting together and running off together. She clearly stated that. How did that not red light the law enforcement officers in this situation? How did that not red light the detectives in this? Sorry, guys, I'm getting tired. I don't know. I don't know. That's really something I've been stewing on for a long time here.
On the one hand, but then on the other hand, she's going to say, well, I didn't think there was anything going on. Like, I knew that this could be a problem. I didn't want this to be a problem. I'm not, I'm a good mom. I don't have my eyes shut on all of this. I know this is a possibility. I know the story of Woody Allen and Soon Yi. So, does that mean she knows it's actually going on? But it's crazy, though. For you to actively have that fear, like, this is the part I don't understand. Like, you actually, like, in your mind, you're concerned about this, and it's happening under your roof for 4+ years, and you're oblivious to it actually happening when it's on your mind as something that you fear. Like, this isn't.
That's kind of my point, Molly. she would not have had that thought or that fear unless she thought or knew and was worried about losing him to her daughter and or was jealous, which a lot of us have called since the beginning that a lot of people believe that she could have very well been jealous of the relationship between the two. Just saying. Why does a mother continue to have her boyfriend access to her daughter if she has that fear? Thank you, Bobby. There's another valid point right there, right there. That's a great point, Bobby. Thank you. Sherry says the key to that statement is when she says, you can't do that to me. Okay. That's another good point. Thank you, Sherry. And Siggy is asking, what, as a mom, she never went into the room? Get lost. Pathetic something. I mean, she was constantly sending them off together, alone. I mean, anybody that looks at this is going to go, what are you doing? You know? Agreed, Molly, agreed. Doodles says, this looks to me like a generational thing. Some never break the cycle, and the ones like me, and ones like me make it a priority. Amen. Amen, sis. God bless, Doodle. Absolutely.
An easy argument to make to the jury. Easy argument. Makes her look really bad. Would get her convicted. But I don't know if it's enough to sustain a motion to dismiss at the end of the state's case. It's evidence that she feared it could happen, but it's not evidence that she knew it was happening.
Then the prosecutor needs to come forth with the absolute question. Jen, if you feared that it could happen, why do you have that fear? What placates that fear for you in your mind? What brings that to your mind for you to have that fear, Jen? That's the thing. That's what the prosecutor should be doing with this. Okay? Something gave you that fear, Jen. I want to know what. You really need to explain that. That's a big thing, and that's my opinion, but truly I feel that way.
I feared that it could happen, but I didn't think it was, and I didn't know it was. See, you need the evidence that she knew.
See, as far as I'm concerned, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't, guys. Those two things can't go together as far as I'm concerned. You feared that it could happen, but didn't know that it was happening. You feared that it could happen, but didn't think it was happening. Does this make sense to anybody? Does anybody see the point that I'm trying to make when I say this? If he wasn't sexually assaulting the child, why did he kill her? Thank you. And somehow she posed a threat to him. Was she talking to whom? Well, we know that he was doing it. There's photographs of it. We know that he was assaulting Madeline. There's photographs of that. Okay. That's not an issue at this point, but still. Thank you. Thank you, Sherry. Matahari says, oh, hell, come on. This is just crazy. What person has those thoughts and allows the child to be alone with that person? There's no way she knew. And that's why it was her fear. That's my thought, too. I'm telling you, Matahari. Agreed. Bobby says it again now. And the follow-up question the prosecution should ask is, what did you do to prevent it from happening? And the answer to that is nothing. Nothing. You didn't do anything. You neglected as a mother to stop this from happening to your child. If you have that as a real fear. Okay. Let's use some examples here. They're probably going to be bad examples because what happened to Madeline is unbelievable and unbelievably horrific. But I'm gonna dumb it down a little bit here, just for a second here, okay? If you have a fear of your stove catching on fire, because it's got too much grease on it or something, okay? You clean it. You get rid of the grease, therefore that doesn't happen. You don't keep cooking on that stove and add more grease to it and keep cooking on it and add more grease to it. You clean it up and you remove the problem. You remove the issue. Again, I'm sorry for that example. I'm just trying to think of something quick, easy, and simple. You remove the issue. You don't let the issue or the problem continue. You remove it immediately. If you have a fear of anything, if we have a fear of getting bit by a dog that lives next door to us, you remove yourself from the fear, or you remove the issue that causes the fear, right or wrong. She did neither of those. This is why it's hard for me to justify anything she says as not being bullshit. If I have a fear, I will have my radar on and out for it. Thank you. 100%. You don't directly send your child into the black hole knowing that that's your fear. Come on. What? This makes no sense. None. She is deserving of a much harsher penalty than Sarah Boone. Amen to that one, bro. This pig knew and either played into or turned a blind eye. Another thing we agree on, Phil. 1,000,001%. Thank you, Miss Sherry. Again, guys, anyone that needs a helping hand, please don't ever feel like you don't have it. You can call or text 988 or chat at 988lifeline.org for free confidential support 24/7. You can also text the crisis text line by sending hello to 741-741. Every one of you is important. Every one of you matters. Don't ever forget that. Never feel alone. Thank you so much, Sherry. Have a great night, Miss Alicia. Thank you so much for everything you do. I will see you tomorrow, and sleep well, dear. We appreciate you very much.
It was. This is a lot like in the hot car case. Hot car dad in Georgia said, yeah, we were very concerned about, we always talked about, accidentally leaving him in the hot car. And I thought to myself, if you actually thought about, make sure I don't leave my son in a hot car, and then you do, I'm not going to think you did it on purpose. I'm going to think you did it on purpose, which is what the jury did, but it was overturned on appeal 10 years later. To me, this is the most incriminating, but not enough. What else do I have here? Okay. This is the one that blew everyone's minds when we found out. This is bad. This is the one where we've got to talk about, does this connect to the reasonable test, the reasonableness test? Is she being a reasonable parent? Can you believe this, though? A parent who's concerned about a Woody Allen situation actually does what she's about to admit that she did. Here we go.
You guys are sleeping in the same bed together. You guys are all cohabitating. She's not sleeping in her room. But you felt the need to establish a rule that they couldn't sleep in the same room. But when you established that rule, for 3 years, she's already been dating him, essentially.
Okay. Is this the evidence that she knew, that she created a rule to prevent them, Stefan and Madeline, from being alone together? She created the rule. Why would you create a rule? Because you know it's wrong. So at a minimum, you might realize that the reasonable thing to do for me as a parent is to create a rule and not allow them to be together. And now you are no longer being reasonable. I think you can make that. Like, she knew, like her level of knowledge is, I know. She even knows what the reasonable thing to do here is to not have them together, because she made a rule. That's why she made the rule. But then she breaks her own rule. And is that the unreasonable conduct? that now makes her criminally.
The sad part is she broke her own rule for her own selfishness because she wanted to get real sleep. If that's true, that's ridiculous. That shows how much of a piece of shit this person is.
Responsible. That's the argument I would make. That's a case. That's a case you could put together. That's a case I think you could put together. That you might get to the jury. So you got to pull these pieces from all different places to stack them up.
Whether that's legal or not.
I had no idea. If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing.
See, here's the problem with trying to impute actual knowledge on her, because she says over and over again, I didn't know, I didn't know, I didn't know. Like, she made the rule, but she still has never, because that's a reasonable thing to do. But she has never admitted knowing that any of this conduct was going on, and she's done the opposite.
I truly think watching her, think that the only reason why she's freaking out here and getting starting to cry a little after watching this entire interview is because she's afraid for herself. I think Jennifer Soto right here and now in this interview is afraid that she's going to get arrested because she knew something, that she could be implicated in part of this. That's what I think she's crying about. Truly, folks. I do not think she's crying because of her daughter's situation. I don't think she's crying because of what Stefan did, because I believe she knew. I think she's crying because she now feels the pressure of the detective's questioning and said, oh, shit. They're going to put me in this. I'm fucked. Excuse my language. This case really inflames me. You guys know that. That's what she's crying over, because she's a piece of shit, in my opinion.
Of that, which is repeatedly say, I did not know this was going on. Like, she could be lying.
100%, Matahari. The reason she sent Maddie to sleep with Stefan that night, or Stefan to sleep with Maddie that night, is because she wanted to get a real good night's sleep that night. Those were her exact words, Matahari. I could scream it if you want me to. You said you're a little bit deaf there. I understand. I'm sorry. But I will yell it because it's fact. Came out of that pig's mouth. That's why they were in the bed tonight, in the bed together that night. She needed real good sleep that night. She was exhausted because of her new job. Sitting in a desk on her fat ass being a travel agent. That's what her job is. This garbage makes me sick. This case makes me sick. This never had to happen. None of this ever had to happen. If this pig sitting on this couch right here would have been a mother to a child like any other mother should be, that piece of trash sitting in prison or in jail right now would have never been near this child. But no, she's selfish and only cares about herself. That's why we're sitting here having this conversation. 100%. Thank you. I have 7 kids. My youngest is 18. My oldest is 31. Do you think I've had any sleep in 31 years? All I do is worry about my kids. This one doesn't even worry about one. Makes me disgusted. So moms will just let guys do this and they don't really care. That's it. Well, no, a good mother, demon, don't do this. A good mother doesn't. A real mother doesn't. This is not a mother to me. This is a lazy, disgusting, weak, pathetic sack of garbage. That's what this is. That gave birth to a child that she didn't deserve. That's exactly what this sitting on this couch right here is. She makes me sick every time she opens her mouth and starts her whiny bullshit. I didn't know. If I knew, I promised I'd tell you. You're a puke. She's nothing but a puke, and I'd love to tell her that to her face. She don't deserve anything better than that. She didn't deserve that beautiful child that she had. She didn't deserve the 13 years with her she had. Although most of that time was horrific for that child and nothing but torture because of her stupid ass fucking decisions and her ignorance and her selfishness. This is not a mother. She's an incubator. That's all she is. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm dark right now. I'm sorry my mouth is being the way it is. I can't stand this woman or anything about this case. But I know it needs to be talked about. It makes me sick. So my apologies to every one of you for being like this. I can't help it. It brings the darkest side of me out. It really does. A good mother or father never ever, Bobby. Do you know how many nights I've starved myself so that my kids could eat? I've gone without clothing for years so my kids could have clothing. We've gone without many things as parents, all of us have, so that our children have the best situations. Not this piece of shit. She wants it all for herself. Good sleep. How about Madeline getting a good night's sleep without being harassed in the middle all night long? You didn't care about that, did you? I can't stand this person.
Lying, but you can't really prove a case by just saying, well, here she is lying, ladies and gentlemen. That's proof that she knew. That's not going to get you there.
To take a lie detector test, whatever you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk.
I tried watching her like a hawk. How could you watch her like a hawk when you're never around her? You couldn't even take the day off for her birthday. You couldn't even have her sleep in her own room or in bed with her mother, not a perfect stranger. So how are you watching her like a hawk? You're an idiot is what you are.
I was doing a good job, but I wasn't.
All of that is a straight up denial of any knowledge. All of that. Straight up denial of the knowledge.
And I think she 100% knew exactly what was going on. She's covering her own ass right now. That's all she's doing. I knew nothing. I swear to you, if I did, I swear I saw no signs. I swear I watched her. I tried to watch her like a hawk. You're a liar. You're a blatant liar.
I was oblivious to everything. 4 years?
Minimum. That's just how that far back the cloud goes. I find it hard to believe for me that you were so worried about how many pills she took at night, but not where she slept or what relationship she was.
Bingo. 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 She had to make sure she took that medication every night, didn't she? But she couldn't make sure that she wasn't being assaulted, harassed, abused. How do those two fit in the same boat? They don't. They don't. You're a puke.
His interest in her.
I thought we were all safe. I thought because in that he hadn't shown me anything so far. Like everything seems fine. Like he seemed like he treated her like
he treats you.
That's a great moment there. Like if that was.
That's a huge point, Demon. You don't have to be a smart person, and I disagree. I think you are. Okay, I think you're a very smart guy. Demon says, I just don't understand this. I'm not a smart guy, but one would think that at a certain point, dinner would have been awkward. Just saying. You think? You think even existing in the same household would have been awkward. And I have a strong feeling that this little girl told her. And even more, I think she knew if this little girl didn't tell her, okay? I think she knew already and allowed it to persist. There's more to this, I think, that exists. That's me. Neighbors, how about this, Phil? There were roommates living in the home with them, okay? Come on. There's no way, no way. That's bullshit. If you did laundry, you had to see signs. Thank you. Thank you. But again, I don't think she even did that, Sherry, to be honest with you. She's a lazy puke. She's lazy. Ace says, Mama, good to see you. How you doing today? Thank you for joining us. Forewarning, I'm a little upset over what we're talking about. So if I sound a little off, that's why. It's nothing personal with anybody. Just ignore what I say. If it is upsetting, I apologize by all means. I'm not trying to be that way, but this sets me off and I can't even explain it. Again, how can you watch her like a hawk sending her to bed with the monster? Disgusting. Yes.
This detective should be a prosecutor, by the way. If you have that moment in a courtroom, she's sunk, right? Because her reaction to that's like the moment of realization. You're right. You're right. And
Exactly. She made that statement when she turned 13. She wanted to move off into the woods. Why would a child say that? She told her mother that, which tells me she told her other things probably too. And the mother either denied it, ignored it, blew it off, or already knew about it. And it was something more than that. It's wonderful to have you here tonight, Aces, though. I appreciate you so much for joining us. Ooh. I'm on 180 right now, or I-80. Oh, 180. I got you. Demon says, wisdom, I didn't even think of that. Good point, but gross. Very much so, yes. And after this interview where the officer is making point-blank accusations against her, they declined to press charges. I don't understand it either, Bobby. I don't. And I think that's why Vinny's explaining this tonight, because they have to follow the laws. They can't actually charge her with something if they can't prove that side of it. You know what I mean, Bobby? I think that's the whole problem, is there's no way for them to actually prove knowledge. You see what I'm saying? They couldn't catch her in a statement or her making a comment that led them into that box. That's the problem, I think. Whether or not they believe her or not, I think we know the answer to that. I think they all personally think she's guilty of this, period. Or they wouldn't have come at her with these questions like this, I don't think. Truly, that's how I feel, but I could be wrong. She did tell her friend that she told mom, and mom didn't believe her. Remember that statement, folks. How about that? She told her best friend about this scenario, and she told her best friend that she told her mother, and mom said that's not true. We don't do that to our children, folks. We don't do that. And the fact that she did do that tells me that, once again, she's selfish. All right, Siggy. Nothing physical or any evidence. That's the problem. And I swear to God, I wish they did. Because he took her off into the woods. Jan Boberg was brainwashed into believing everything her abuser fed her. True. She actually believed that if she touched another male boy, that she would explode. Yes. People, this is what manipulators do. They brainwash these people. They're predators. And I'm thinking, Sherry, truly, I agree with this. And remember I said this, you guys, because I think this might happen, depending on how this goes. I think there's a possibility that Stearns is going to flip on her. I do. I think there's a very slight possibility that he's going to realize what shit he's in. Because I don't think he gets the multitude of the size of the issue that he has caused for himself. But I think he's going to at some point when the trial hits. I think he's going to say something, or he's just going to blatantly flip on her and put her involvement completely out there. I truly think that might happen. I do. Family court can charge her for failure to protect. Thank you. Well, the statement that she made alone. Oh, he absolutely is DP eligible, Phil. And they are going for it, from my understanding, 100%. Okay. Her statement to his father, I think it was his father. Well, you need to get him an attorney. And the detective calls her out on that. What the hell are you doing? Why would you want him to have an attorney after what he did to your daughter? You can't defend that statement, Jen. You can't. Joke.
And my guess is that's the way Stearns looked at this whole thing, right? These are my girls, right? Although he's really more interested in the younger one, let's be honest. By the way, thank you, everyone. We're over 6,000 live viewers. We're streaming on YouTube, on my YouTube, on the Court TV simulcast, on the Court TV YouTube channel. We're also on Stitch. We're on X. And we are on Facebook as well. We'll get to the comments soon. Still just doing a little more analysis of this because I want to lay it all out for you. And then we'll roll through the comments.
In his mind. So now he's in jail.
Once again, this is all because little Jen don't want to get no trouble. That's why she's upset. This is the only time I've seen her cry throughout this entire thing, you guys. The only time. I want somebody in here to tell me, please, please, and we will go watch it. I want one of you to please tell me one other time that anybody saw Jennifer Soto cry besides this time right here in this interview. One time. Please, somebody, anybody. I want to see it. Good point, Brutally. Very good point. Anybody? Anybody? One time? Anyone? Never. I never saw Jennifer Soto cry one time besides this right here. To keep him satiated, prevent him from turning on her. That's why she wanted him to have an attorney. That's a good statement, Phil. It's very possible. Very possible. Those two deserve each other, by the way, as far as I'm concerned. They're both the same.
Because of what we found on his phone, not because somebody came forward and reported that he was abused. She's not old enough to consent. She's not old enough to have a thought process to even want anything that was happening to her. It's abuse.
Okay. So I look at all of that entire statement there, and the only thing is the reasonableness.
Well, like I'm saying, Bobby, I think it's going to come, if it comes, when things get real hot on him during the trial. That I just feel like something's going to come out at some point, or one of his attorneys or somebody. He's going to say something too. I just feel like it's possible. You make a good point, though. You really do. Just saying. Yeah, Demon's right. Phil, those are, as I've been saying, those are great points all night.
The reasonableness. And that's not going to get you to the top charges in all this. All right, this one I think I'm going to skip. Let me see. Here we go. All right. This is an important little moment here at the end of her interview. So let's just watch it really quickly.
Do you swear that everything we talked about today in this interview is true and correct?
Yes.
Did you lie to me or the detective at any time?
No.
Okay. Do you currently know, or have you ever been aware of where the body has been since Monday?
No.
Did you have any? Were you aware at any time, whether it be the most recent instance or the first instance, organization sexually by Stefan? Okay.
Absolutely, Mike.
Okay. So that's important because of this. Let me put this up. False information to law enforcement during an investigation. Whoever knowingly and willfully gives false information to law enforcement officers conducting a missing person investigation or felony criminal investigation with intent to mislead the officer or impede the investigation commits a misdemeanor of the first degree. However, let me take myself out of this so we can see the bottom. Whoever knowingly and willfully gives false information to officers conducting a missing person involving a child, 16 or younger, with the intent to mislead the officer, is the subject of investigation, suffers great bodily injury, it's a third degree. So in these circumstances, if she's willfully giving false information, and he even made her swear, they don't have to make her swear, but they made her swear as well and make it extremely clear. That if it's knowing or willful false information to a law enforcement officer in an investigation like this, this is a third degree offense. So it's much more than just a misdemeanor. It is a third degree offense. So it gets significantly more serious. All right, let's put this part up. This is her reaction to seeing the photo that the officer shows her.
Have you talked to Chris about Stefan needing a lawyer?
Yeah.
When?
I think when you guys showed me the photos.
Right. A lot of people are talking about this. She is shown the direct evidence of the crimes against her daughter from Stefan's phone. And her immediate response is to tell her father he needs to get a lawyer. Is that in and of itself a crime? No, it's not. It's not a crime. Is it compelling evidence if you're prosecuting her and her knowledge? Yes. But it doesn't prove that she knew anything. It almost proves the opposite, because if she knew, wouldn't she have told him or his father to get a lawyer right away? Right? It almost proves, this is why I think this is a tricky little piece here. It almost proves the opposite. Like, I didn't know about this until you showed me. Now you showed me, and I'm like, oh, he better get a lawyer. Whereas, should have said immediately get a lawyer. Like, if she knew what was on the phone. It's not the easiest case in the world. It's kind of like the opposite. The case against her is the opposite. Now, here's the reality, right? The reality is, if you get an indictment from a grand jury, right? You present the evidence, and the grand jury comes back and says, yeah, there's enough to take this to trial. Then you get in front of a judge. And before you get to trial, you get past any defense motion to dismiss in front of the judge. Then you present your evidence. And at the end of your case, you've got to get past another motion made to the judge to dismiss. And the judge is going to be more difficult than the jury. If you get this to a jury, if you put her in front of a jury, she will not win. She will not win. Number one, the way she presents herself. Number two, this interview. Number three, what she did and how she reacted. None of it makes her look good. But you can't tie her into those top cases, because the judge will not. And even if the judge does allow it, an appellate court will step in. And prosecutors they have some guardrails on what they do. I mean, they can't just bring a case because I want to bring a case and I don't like her, or I think she should have known.
Yeah, that was stated brutally, that some of the pictures that were taken, they look like it would be very hard for only one person to be able to take those pics without a secondary person being there. So yes, that was stated, very much so. She should be sleeping in the dirt. No offense. I agree. 100%, brother. I do agree, Demon.
It's a higher level of what you have to do and how you have to analyze it. So I think there's a case to be made for the reasonableness. And let's see if I can go back.
Very
to that
true,
article, see if I
Phil.
can find it real quick. How's it? Somebody commits crime. Tend to commit crime. Accessory. Duty to report. I think it was here. Is this it? I think this was it. No, it's the next one. What's the next one? A caregiver's failure to make reasonable effort to protect a child from abuse, neglect, or exploitation by another person. She made the rules. She had knowledge that this was a possibility. She put in the rules and then she broke her own rule. That's the unreasonable part of her conduct, I would argue. And she did not. And then once you get into the abuse and exploitation, the jury's like, oh my goodness, how did she let this happen? She doesn't win the case. She doesn't win the case. Right now, I think that's the only place you can go. Maybe they have more evidence that has not been made public. Maybe they are developing it, or maybe Jen Soto didn't know and there is no evidence to be found. But based upon where we are right now, right here, right now, this is the only case that I would bring as a prosecutor. And I don't think the value of this case against her outweighs making sure that I win the other two cases against Stephen Stearns and I get the ultimate punishment. The ultimate punishment is the law in Florida. He clearly qualifies, and he should get it. If anyone should get it, he should get it. He falls into that bucket of people. So as a prosecutor upholding the laws of the state of Florida, that's where I want to be. And I do believe I need her testimony for that. If I bring this case against her before Stephen Stearns' trial, I may lose a witness. I lose a witness. She's not going to testify. She's taking a fifth. And I don't want to charge her and give her a deal, because then all of a sudden when she testifies, she's testifying because she got a deal. Because she's the one who's going to get the other end of the finger pointed at her by Stephen Stearns and his defense at trial. So that's where we are, folks. I went through my analysis, took almost the whole show to do it, but no, we've got more time. By the way, make sure, subscribe, hit the like button, subscribe. Vinny Politan 1. All right. So let's get to some of the comments and chats and super chats and everything else going on inside our chat room today. We begin with Rochelle. Hi, Vinny. Glad to catch you live. Lots of love from South Africa. P.S. I really hope that JS will be charged. She didn't care enough. This is the part that breaks your heart, is that her heart is not broken by what happened to Madeline. There's little moments where you hear a little something, but really, I mean, even to the point where she refers to Maddie as the body, all within like the first few days of all this. There's something wrong with her. I don't know how heavily medicated she is. I don't know if she's cold. I don't know if she knew. I don't know if she hated her daughter. But I think it's all on the table, because it does not. It's not the way a mother acts. It's not the way a mother should react to all of this. So I'm scrolling through here. I'm seeing an interesting color here, and I think that's the folks who are on the Court TV YouTube, I believe. Like TS Man 74. Hey, filthy animals. So I think this is one from the Court TV YouTube. Welcome aboard. Great to have you. Oh, look at this. Deborah, Vinny Politan, Court TV, you're a former prosecutor. Come on. I can prove it. This is my prosecutor hat. Yes, I was a prosecutor in the great state of New Jersey. Deborah, thank you for questioning my cred. Hello to Gen X, one of our mods, keeping law and order here. Great to see you. Let's see. Right now I am 45 minutes behind in the comments. So I scroll fast though. Okay. Nicole on a roll. That Woody Allen comment was all we needed to hear. Proof is in the pudding. I tell you, that's the strongest evidence. Gen X reminding everyone, do not spam the chat or fight with other chatters, rude insults, etc. Don't talk bad about other YouTubers. This is freedom of speech, but like, come on, you know the rules. You know the rules. Thank you, Gen X. All right, let's keep rolling. Say hello to Frankie Figs, is also keeping law and order for us today. All right. I'll tell you what, there's a lot more comments. We're over 6,200 here today, by the way. Hello, everyone. We've got Shield Maiden 13. Can DSS CPS still charge her with neglect and endangerment, even though Maddie has? Yes, you can. But it'd be the state attorney who's going to bring the charges. State attorney has the case, so state attorney is going to present evidence in front of the grand jury. Here's the problem: some of those charges have a shorter statute of limitations on them, which could be problematic depending upon how long the trial is delayed. So, I'm not sure what they're going to do. You could get an indictment. You could attempt to have it sealed. There's a lot of different things you can do, but I'm not sure what. I'm going to check the statute. I got to check the statute of limitations on this because it may be a couple of years.
Good point.
It could be at least 2 years before the trials.
I like having Phil around. He's makes very intelligent statements.
Yes, you can be charged. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time.
Good one, Phil. It's time to get funky. It's time for us to smile. Here comes McSpunky.
Yes, McSpunky in the house today. We always like to have a McSpunky break because we know we're always in the midst of red rum and mayhem and really sad stories and, some seething anger and heartbreak and everything else. But McSpunky makes us smile each and every day. Thank you, McSpunky. Great to see you today here in our simulcast. By the way, hopefully all the chatters are getting to meet each other, the folks from my YouTube and the folks from the Court TV YouTube. Let's see. Okay. This is another important piece of evidence from Chariton. Jen said the last time she had with that garbage was December of 2022. Question: why did she continue to let him come and stay in the house if they were not together anymore? And more evidence, so the physical evidence of items used for that conduct, whether it's something used to wrap a certain item on a man or something like that, if that's in the home, if there's evidence of that sort of conduct taking place in the home and she's not engaging in the conduct, is that more of the evidence you can use against her? Yes, perhaps. That's, again, more. We've got a lot of the sprinkling side stuff that we can put into a case against her. Does that mean she knows it's actually going on? That is very but it's crazy, though. For you to actively have that fear, compelling, great argument. This is the part I don't understand. You actually, in your mind, you are concerned about this, and it's happening under your roof for 4+ years, directly to and you're oblivious to it actually happening when it's on your mind as something that you fear. All reasonable doubt. This is an easy argument to make to the jury. Reasonable doubt. Chela Mahia, super sticker from Chela, would get her convicted. Thank you, Chela Mahia. But I don't know if it's enough to sustain a motion to dismiss at the
Hold on, guys. I'm having a technical issue.
It was really good. Cat in the Hat Stumbo became a YouTube member. Congratulations, as did Sharon.
But yeah, Brian, I've been following the hurricane as well, Milton, since this morning. So yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, it's gonna be bad. I'm very nervous for it. So we'll be talking about it in the morning. Sorry, Molly.
Le Berthon is a member with a wow, very dramatic picture. That is very dramatic. I love it. Amazing. Thank you. Glad to see all these members. By the way, folks, don't forget to subscribe to my channel. If you're visiting me for the first time, Vinny Politan 1, and vice versa, Vinny Politan 1, folks, you can subscribe to the Court TV channel. Arisbell Ixtalico with a super sticker. Thank you, Arisbell. I'm struggling with your last name. I know I never took, that's probably Spanish. I didn't take Spanish. So I don't know how to do that. XTL. But thank you. Brooklyn Janet's back. It's unreasonable to send your young daughter to the other grown man. Yes, that is absolutely the case against Jen Soto. That is the case against Jen Soto. Thank you, Brooklyn. Cat in the Hat became, why that keeps popping up again and again and again and again and again and again and again. Ruby K, thank you, Ruby. Even though it's not a Tuesday, we'll welcome you on a Monday. All right, folks, I'm getting close to.
Once we get done with this, guys, I'm going to do a follow-up at the end, check up on Milton. If, so just hang out for a minute. I just wanted to get through this first.
The wrap-up here. Karama J. Thank you, Karama J is a member. Redhead is a member. Karama J, a member. All right. Jody Campbell, YouTube member. Welcome aboard. Great to have you. Vinny, don't hurt yourself. I'm trying not to. What about Stern's mom saying no with a warning? SW 4x4 Explorers. Yeah. I would bring her in. She'd be a witness. But again, what is she? She might be the mac and cheese. She's not the turkey. She's the mac and cheese. Jacques Blue. Thank you, Vinny. Thank you, Jacques Blue. Good week for the dogs. Vanderbilt helped you a little bit. Kathy Nolan, can the fact that JS blatantly lied saying she saw him getting dressed that morning when we know now that it was impossible help charge her?
That is the rule she made. At some point, she made that rule out of nowhere. Something happened before, and now all of a sudden we have to stop doing this. That tells me she knew something too. I'm right there with you, brutally. That is a giveaway, dead giveaway, in my opinion. Florida, get out now. Alarm sounded tonight. Roadblocks, no one coming on to, only out. They need to go. You guys need to go. If you're in anywhere near, if anybody hears me, if you're anywhere near where this storm's going to be, get the hell out now while you can. Go, please. Just drive until you can't drive. You can come back tomorrow when it's over. Well, you know what I meant. Obviously not tomorrow, but get out now while you can, please. Oh, it's horrible.
I think she cleared it up enough in her statement that you can't get her for that one. Because she, if you listen to all the, by the end, she's saying, well, I don't think I actually saw her. So clarifying her statement saved her from a potential charge for the false statement. Saga, the silly Shih Tzu. Thank you, Saga. Shih Tzu, right? Is that what it is? Shih Tzu, the Shih Tzu. It's the dog. Saga the dog. Yes, I finally put that all together after I looked at the picture. Thank you. Irene Heffiger. Madeline is the most gorgeous and strongest soul. Think about the life that she suffered through. It wasn't a long one. Dawn Marie, welcome as a member. Glad to welcome all these members. And I have scrolled and I am current, and we're almost out of time. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Something else that we do here, folks, at the end of the show. Oh, we've got a new court clerk alert. Welcome, Dawn Marie. Hit the gavel. Boom. All right. So something else for those of you who haven't been to one of my streams before. Again, quick reminder, like and subscribe, Vinny Politan 1, and subscribe to the Court TV YouTube channel. But at the end of the show, we want to remind you where you can see me tonight, which is on Court TV, your front row seat to justice. You will see me 8 o'clock, closing arguments. We are going to talk tonight about, I'm just doing something real quick to prepare for the big finish. Tonight, Sarah Boone, Boondoggle, continuing down there. Plus, we're going to look at the case that we started today out of Georgia, which is a great trial. 9 o'clock, we're going to talk about Leilani Simon. Do you remember Leilani Simon? And we're going to talk about her, obviously, but it's really about Quentin, her little 20-month-old son who went missing. Leilani is now charged in that case. Her trial is just around the corner, folks. That's about to happen as well. So I'm Vinny.
Yes, and we're going to be trying to follow that trial as well for Quentin Simon, Leilani Simon being tried for the murder of her son, Quentin. For those of you that are newer, may not have followed that, we covered that case when it hit, and it's about to start. So yes, that's coming up very soon. Thank you, Vinny, for that reminder.
Politan Investigates at 9. We're going to go through that story. And Gen X is putting it up right here for everyone, Monday through Friday.
In fact, I think because of that trial coming up, maybe we'll do a refresher just to get everybody up to date on that case. Another horrible, horrible, horrible situation of another piece of garbage mother incubator that should have never had a child. Just so you know.
Vinny Politan Investigates. So something else I need to share with you who don't know, those who watch do know, I am a type 1 diabetic. So in the last few minutes of the show, we try to figure out what my blood sugar is. And it's that time.
Here's a type 1. Here's type 1. His pancreas is on the fritz. He has diabetes, type 1 juvenile diabetes.
All right, check the numbers.
So it's time to guess. It's more or less. What's his blood sugar? What's Vinny's blood sugar? Under 70, he gets lightheaded. Under 60, all the alarms start ringing.
Is this really a thing, Vinny? Really? I did not expect this. Thank you, Brian. I'm glad you enjoy that. All right, Vinny, let's see what your blood sugar is and get the hell through this.
Over 180, he starts to get lethargic. But when it's 90, Vinny, eyes are singing.
Shannon Igans are close.
So it's time to guess.
We've got a winner.
What's his blood sugar? What's Vinny's blood sugar? Take a guess. Yes, take a guess. Let's guess. Vinny's blood sugar now.
101. Debbie and Bill Hopper, congratulations on Facebook. Getting the blood sugar. We were close. Very close. Somebody else got it a little late. Celia Ling, a little late. Debbie and Bill beat you to the punch. 101, which is strong. I love when I'm 101. That is a great blood sugar for me. Thank you so much. Great guess. At some point, we'll have something to give to you, but you're not going to get anything this time. You have to win again. Again, we're thinking and praying for all the folks in the Tampa area today as Milton heads in. Hopefully, not a Cat 5. Hopefully, a 3 by the time Milton hits land. But our thoughts are with you. I will see you tonight, 8 o'clock on Court TV. Thank you so much for all the great comments and the super chats and everything else. It was great to have everyone over from the Court TV YouTube page for this simulcast. Great to see you. We broke 6,000 current viewers at once.
All right, Benny. Thank you. And thank you guys for following us with this tonight. Oh, I need to shave. That was pretty crazy. I would say too, Miss Sherry. Whatever works. Let's see. Back in 98, my neighborhood got an evacuation order regarding a massive flood heading our way. Problem was the only road was already flooded out. Wow, that sucks, Bobby. That sucks bad. All I can ask anybody to do is the same thing I've been doing all day. please just keep anyone and everyone that's involved in the path of this. Please, please, please keep them all in your thoughts and prayers. That's all we can do at this point. Truly. And keep everyone that already went through Helene and all of them still in your thoughts and prayers as well, folks. Let's see. I know I lost some people probably sleeping already in here. Let's see what we got. As I promised, and I was going to do regardless, I wanted to show you guys just as we go out at the end of tonight. This is a live track
along the beaches there. And in the locations, look, we're not going to get obviously the surge, but we are going to get winds close almost to 100 miles per hour, but generally in the upper 70s to near 80. So follow me on my Facebook page, YouTube, Bobby Deskin's Weather. This will clear by late on Thursday, and then Friday, it actually pulls a cold front. So all this humidity and rain we have out there now, although it has been cooler, that will go away, and we will see those cooler breezes come in behind this. So your 7-day forecast, I guess a silver lining, guys, on the backside of this, it's not like Helene. It was hot and humid. The backside of this, it's going to be 80 and sunny, and a little bit of a breeze on Friday and into Saturday.
There we go. Meteorologists are tracking Milton's impact.
Yeah, Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins joins us now. And Bobby, we are expecting hurricane-force winds. We are expecting that storm surge.
Yeah, and depending on where you are, the difference in the wind, the difference in the surge is going to make a big difference. So right along the center, you're going to get the highest winds. Along the center to the south, you're going to get the highest surge. And that's going to change depending on where that storm goes. So we still have to watch things. Let's get out there right now. Let's start with where it is now. Over 600 miles to our south and the west. It's way out there now. And way south, too. This thing's got to make a pretty good turn to the northeast. And it looks like it wants to do that. And that would be starting tomorrow. So right now, you can see the eye has filled in a little bit. That's part of the reason why it's a little bit weaker at 165 mile per hour winds. But we were talking earlier that late tonight, it'll start this east-northeast, and it's really tomorrow. That's around 6 in the afternoon. We're going to see where it is at that point. If it's down here, it might end up further south along the Florida coast. If it's in the middle, it's close to us. If it's north, it's even to our north. Right, so we're going to be honing in a little bit more on this forecast track. It's going east now. We just need to get it to start that northeast turn to see where it's going to happen. So timing now looks like Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And yeah, we don't like to do these at night if you have to do them at all. But we do think about 125 mile per hour winds as it makes landfall Wednesday night. This is our forecast model, getting pretty close to what we're thinking. Noon on Wednesday. Outer rain bands, small tornado chance in that. Here we go into the evening hours before sunset. This is 5 p.m. That's Wednesday afternoon. That's tornado threat. That's heavy rain. That's a southeast wind really picking up. Center still way out here at 5 p.m., but not very far. In fact, Manatee County, Sarasota really seeing some wind. And then there we go, right over top of AMI, Palmetto, right over top of Ruskin at the National Weather Service office. That's 9 p.m. on Wednesday. Tampa's right here, St. Pete right there, of course, and then right over Lakeland by about 11 p.m. on Wednesday. Now, the winds turn to the north, and I got to say, when we get towards about 2 or 3 in the morning, we're going to have winds out of the north and the west, and we're going to get some really good gusts along the coast of Pinellas and Pasco when that happens. But after that, as the sun starts to come up on Friday morning now, or Thursday morning, excuse me, it's Wednesday night, Thursday morning, 9 a.m., the winds are starting to calm down. It's starting to push slowly out of the area. So it's going to be a good 12 to 18-hour period that we're dealing with this. Now, let's talk about the arrival of those winds. This is Wednesday at 8 a.m., For tropical storm force winds, that's Wednesday at 8 p.m. So we're somewhere right here in the middle. I'm thinking around midday, around noon on Wednesday, we'll start to see those tropical storm force winds, the kind that makes it hard to drive over the bridge because it's really blowing water on the ridges, right? This is the timing here from the Hurricane Center as of 11 o'clock. That yellow is the tropical storm force winds, and that's around 11 a.m. on Wednesday. This orange is about 60 mile per hour winds, and that's basically Wednesday night, 6 p.m. through about 9 p.m. Then the hurricane force winds are coming on Manatee, Sarasota, Pinellas, right around 9 p.m. Wednesday, and then you can see it's right over top of the bay as we get in towards midnight, Wednesday night into Thursday. Now, by 3 a.m., the higher winds are starting to clear the coast. 8 a.m., we're getting rid of all of those, and then throughout the day, we do clear things out. Still be breezy on the backside for Thursday afternoon. So this pink area is where the area will get most of the wind damage. Okay, Pinellas, Hillsborough. Man, we've got some numbers in here that could be 100, 120 mile per hour winds. The forecast for surge, this will come south just a little bit because now the line is right here. But you see where the center is, and then all the surge is to the south of it. This line's down here now, so we're going to get more surge down here that may help us a little bit with the surge numbers for Tampa. But right now, we're still thinking 4 to 7 for Marco, 6 to 10 in Fort Myers, but 10 to 15 here in the Bay Area. And it looks like now a little less, obviously, the further north you go, 5 to 10 up towards Hudson. So rainfall, the northern side of it, I think, gets the most of the rain. You can see the yellow here. So that's Hernando, Citrus up towards Gainesville. If you look at basically the city by city, this is our Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus County, 40 to 80 mile per hour winds, 3 to 5 foot surge. Let me back that up here. I'm going to go one more inch down into Pinellas and Hillsborough. This is going to be a lot. 80 to 120 mile per hour. They're talking West Chase, Northwest Hillsborough, and Pinellas County, about 100 to 120 mile per hour winds, 10 to 14 inches of rain. Get down into Manatee and Sarasota County, 80 to 120. And then we're talking 3 to 6 inches of rain. But look at that 11 to 15 foot surge along the beaches there. And in the locations, look, we're not going to get obviously the surge, but we are going to get winds close almost to 100 miles per hour, but generally in the upper 70s to near 80. So follow me on my Facebook page, YouTube, Bobby Deskin's Weather. This will clear by late on Thursday, and then Friday, it actually pulls a cold front. So all this humidity and rain we have out there now, although it has been cooler, that will go away, and we will see those cooler breezes come in behind this. So your 7-day forecast, I guess the silver lining, guys, on the backside of this, it's not like Helene. It was hot and humid. The backside of this, it's going to be 80 and sunny, and a little bit of a breeze on Friday and into Saturday.
Yeah, meteorologists are tracking Milton's impact.
Yeah, Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins joins us now. And Bobby, we are expecting hurricane force winds. We are expecting that storm surge.
Yeah, and depending on where you are, the difference in the wind, the difference in the surge is going to make a big difference. So right along the center, you're going to get the highest winds. Along the center to the south, you're going to get the highest surge. And that's going to change depending on where that storm goes. So we still have to watch things. Let's get out there right now. Let's start with where it is now. Over 600 miles to our south and the west. It's way out there now. And way south, too. This thing's got to make a pretty good turn to the northeast. And it looks like it wants to do that. And that would be starting tomorrow. So right now, you can see the eye has filled in a little bit. That's part of the reason why it's a little bit weaker at 165 mile per hour winds. But we were talking earlier that late tonight, it'll start this east-northeast, and it's really tomorrow. That's around 6 in the afternoon. We're going to see where it is at that point. If it's down here, it might end up further south along the Florida coast. If it's in the middle, it's close to us. If it's north, it's even to our north. Right, so we're going to be honing in a little bit more on this forecast track. It's going east now. We just need to get it to start that northeast turn to see where it's going to happen. So timing now looks like Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And yeah, we don't like to do these at night if you have to do them at all. But we do think about 125 mile per hour winds as it makes landfall Wednesday night. This is our forecast model, getting pretty close to what we're thinking. Noon on Wednesday. Outer rain bands, small tornado chance in that. Here we go into the evening hours before sunset. This is 5 p.m. That's Wednesday afternoon. That's tornado threat. That's heavy rain. That's a south to southeast wind really picking up. Center still way out here at 5 p.m., but not very far. In fact, Manatee County, Sarasota really seeing some wind. And then there we go, right over top of AMI, Palmetto, right over top of Ruskin at the National Weather Service office. That's 9 p.m. on Wednesday. Tampa's right here, St. Pete right there, of course, and then right over Lakeland by about 11 p.m. on Wednesday. Now, the winds turn to the north, and I got to say, when we get towards about 2 or 3 in the morning, we're going to have winds out of the north and the west, and we're going to get some really good gusts along the coast of Pinellas and Pasco when that happens. But after that, as the sun starts to come up on Friday morning now, or Thursday morning, excuse me, it's Wednesday night, Thursday morning, 9 a.m., the winds are starting to calm down. It's starting to push slowly out of the area. So it's going to be a good 12, 18-hour period that we're dealing with this. Now, let's talk about the arrival of those winds. This is Wednesday at 8 a.m., For tropical storm force winds, that's Wednesday at 8 p.m. So we're somewhere right here in the middle. I'm thinking around midday, around noon on Wednesday, we'll start to see those tropical storm force winds, the kind that makes it hard to drive over the bridge because it's really blowing water on the bridges, right? This is the timing here from the Hurricane Center as of 11 o'clock. That yellow is the tropical storm force winds, and that's around 11 a.m. on Wednesday. This orange is about 60 mile per hour winds, and that's basically Wednesday night, 6 p.m. through about 9 p.m. Then the hurricane force winds are coming on, Manatee, Sarasota, Pinellas, right around 9 p.m. Wednesday, and then you can see it's right over top of the bay as we get in towards midnight, Wednesday night into Thursday. Now, by 3 a.m., the higher winds are starting to clear the coast. 8 a.m., we're getting rid of all of those, and then throughout the day, we do clear things out. Still be breezy on the backside for Thursday afternoon. So this pink area is where the area will get most of the wind damage. Okay, Pinellas, Hillsborough. Man, we've got some numbers in here that could be 100, 120 mile per hour winds. The forecast for surge, this will come south just a little bit.
There it is, you guys. It's a coming. We will be on top of this tomorrow morning for the morning show. I hope to see you guys there for that too. And I promise you it won't be anywhere near as long as it was today. I explained a lot of this stuff and then tried to add the other stuff in that I had for the show normally. And I was kind of waiting for Mama Bear to be able to join us too. So that's why it was extended the way it was. But again, it won't be like that tomorrow. I promise you. Oh yeah. I haven't looked at him. I'm curious. I wonder what he's been up to with this because he lives right there. I'm curious. Let's see what he's been doing. Let me look. Yeah, he's definitely talking about it for sure. showing sandbags and all that fun stuff. So, yep. Factual, actual information. Show. All right. Let's see. It's 12:30. We've been here 4.5 hours. A little long, but that's okay. Tentatively. Yeah, we didn't see you this morning, Phil. We kind of missed you. Thought maybe you was mad at me, which I would understand. It's okay. Covering hurricanes since last week's boots on the ground at Dig. I wish I was boots on the ground, Siggy. I promise you I would be. I'd love to see you guys all in the morning show. I really would. Really, really would. But anyway, I understand if you can't be there. So I will be here. The morning show tentatively runs between, I was trying to make it earlier, but I also have other people that are not out of bed yet that were saying there's like a sweet spot right in between where everybody can kind of make it in. So I'm going to tell you to look for me, Phil, tomorrow between 10:30 and 11:30. You should get a notification. No, you're fine, Phil. The show in the morning, Siggy, it's called Meatballs in the Morning, Waking Up with Doodle and Dago. And it's a great show. We talk about a lot of different stuff, Siggy. Lately, we've been dedicated for the past few days to the devastation from Helene and the oncoming storm with Martin, and showing a lot of different stuff with that. Very, very good response, Siggy. I'd love to see you there. I really would. I don't know what time it would be. Where are you located, Siggy? Exactly. I mean, you don't have to give your exact location. I mean, which area of the world are you located in? Oh, we're on the same time span then. Okay. The same time zone. It's 12:33 here as well, Eastern Standard. I'm in Ohio, so yeah, it would be your time. You couldn't possibly be more off than Lana. We waited 2+ hours in the green room for the start. Oh wow. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Okay, well, we're on the same time zone, Siggy. So, or wait, 12:30 a.m. where you're at, or 12:30 p.m. It's a.m. So we're on the same time zone. That's wild. Okay. So yeah, tomorrow morning, anywhere between 10:30 and 11:30, look for me. I would love to see you there, Siggy. We would love it. And you'll see everybody else that's typically there. It's late here. I haven't been doing these late shows like this again, so I think most everybody's not expecting it. Plus, they're in bed. Yes, 11:30, anywhere between 10:30 and 11:30 a.m. I will be live. Me and Doodle will be here. This morning, you missed it. We had Mama Bear with us. She hasn't had time to do this, recently as often, but so that will be the show tomorrow, and we'll be touching on the hurricane stuff as we have been for the past week. And I think you'll like the morning show, Siggy. It's a little bit geared. It's geared a little bit differently than what this show is typically, the Nothing But Crime show. This one, I talk about everything going on in the world right now, and we put a little comedy in there, and I try to get everybody to leave with a smile. So I hope to see you. That goes for all of you guys. And share it out if you get a chance, guys, because that really helps. And make sure you bring your coffee, Siggy, because that's what it's all about, is waking up with us and getting that day going. So I'm looking forward to it. Once again, I want to thank you all that are here, whether you're in chat or whether you're out there watching from the hallway. We appreciate every single solitary one of you, and your support of the channel. I really appreciate you guys being here tonight in a big, big way. Also, I want to thank the Blue Crew for everything they've done, for those of them that are left in here. And it looks like it might just be Mikey. Oh, there's Miss Sherry. She's always here. But thank you, Blue Crew, for you hanging on and walking me through this tonight. As always, I appreciate you so very much. I couldn't do this without them. That's a fact, guys. Thank you to anybody that may have donated to PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App. Those links there to support the channel that way. Guys, we don't ever expect you to do that, and that's a promise, but we do absolutely appreciate when you do it because it keeps me going. It pays the bills, StreamYard and the internet, and all the other fun stuff out here that we have to run this show. It takes care of that. So thank you very much if you have done that. Other than that, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other because that is what matters. And don't change a thing about yourselves. Every one of you are absolutely awesome and amazing. You are the beautiful people. You make me do what I do and make me want to come out here every day. Much love, everyone. Good night. God bless. And I will see you very soon. Bye-bye.